Is me se Trevor O'Clougherty, stúrathir Ibrachtaí agus acroní déana le TG Cahir agus tá anachas ar an fáilte go rúban sear maid an gudín cóháil climate and culture seo agus is mór an onarún go bhfuil se bar fáil taí cho fada leis an áte inniuh. So I'd just like to welcome you. My name is Trevor O'Clougherty. I'm the Director of Operations and HR with TG Cahir, the best TV station in the world, and the most modest, of course. So it's a real pleasure to be here with you all this morning. I'm delighted to see so many people and to welcome people from so many different places, and you're going to find out about that later on. So I'm going to try and keep this first opening session on track. But first of all, we have to do the obvious things of the exits are here and the toilets are there kind of vibe. So just the general housekeeping. So as you're aware, the exit in case of emergency, there's one at the back of the room. And there's an accessible exit in the left corner next to the catering station. In the event of a fire, which we don't hope will happen, you can evacuate the quadrangle and go to the assembly point near the main quadrangle entrance, which is where you all came through, to the parking area at the front. So there are a number of different bathrooms for people who might need to use the bathrooms later on. So the general bathrooms, if you go straight across the quad, on the right-hand side of the archway, there's a purple door, and downstairs is the gents, and on the left is the ladies, but there's also another ladies upstairs on the left here as well if people need to use that, and there's an accessible bathroom. If people need that to go across to the right-hand corner of the quad, there's a ramp there, and you can go inside, and there's an accessible bathroom there for anybody who would need that. Please ensure that your mobile phones are silenced. And of course, if you are going to be posting on social media, we're using the hashtag #ClimateOnCulture. And if you do need to use the Wi-Fi, my colleagues at the back desk here have Wi-Fi passes for everybody. You need to have an individual pass, so you can ask them for that. And we hope you're all going to be tweeting and sharing on social media for the rest of the day and the rest of the sessions. Just to let people know as well that all the sessions today are being live streamed and recorded. So if you could, when the sessions are actually in motion, to stay in your seats so that we don't cross over the cameras, and we keep the people who are online, keep them, be conscious of them and that they're watching online as well, so we don't want to block their view of the stage, etc. They're all of my announcements. I don't think I'm going to get a job with Aer Lingus or Ryanair anytime soon, but just to say again, it's a real pleasure to finally see all the faces I've been talking to online for the last year, generally actually here in Galway. It's great to see local people as well who are here to take part in today's conference. We're here as guests of the University of Galway today, but we have a number of organisations locally who have been really, really supportive of this event since we decided to come here to Galway. So obviously TG Cahir have been helping to do the logistics and the organisation, and a lot of my colleagues here from TG Cahir are giving us a hand today, so I really want to thank them for that. Also Galway Culture Company have been very supportive. We're going to be in ATU tomorrow and the day after, and they've been fantastic to us, but particularly today, our day is hosted by the University of Galway, and I really want to thank Jim Livesey and Amanda, who works with them, and also the Rosaline and Ethan from the convention office here. They've been absolutely fantastic, really, really helpful, and they've been very generous hosts, and without them today wouldn't have been possible. And I think it's lovely to be in such a historic room, in a historic building, in a historic city, which has so many, I'm sure if the walls could talk, there'd be lots of stories to be told, and maybe after today as well, there'd be even more stories that could be told. So we're really, really grateful to Jim and to his team for hosting us today. So from my own perspective, so we have quite a few international guests, and we decided that if they were going to be coming to Galway, we made them come a day early. Number one, we needed them to get over their jet lag and get them acclimatized, seeing as this is a conference on climate and culture. We needed people to be acclimatized. So we took them on a magical mystery tour to Connemara yesterday. We had a fantastic day. And one of the places we stopped off to take the obligatory photo was Leenane. Anybody from the area will know that Leenane is one of the most spectacular views we have in the region. And our fantastic host on the bus, Barry, was telling us all the stories about Leenane, and one of the things he mentioned was the film The Field by John B. Cain. It was based on the book by John B. Cain, but it was filmed featuring Richard Harris, was filmed in Leenane. And there's an interesting connection to the field and this room, because the University of Galway is my alma mater. I qualified to do a commerce degree, which I did actually succeed in finishing. But to tell the truth, I spent most of my time in the University of Galway doing drama. I joined on my first day on Society's Day. I joined Dramstock and the Common Dramatists of the Irish Language Drama Society, and I was cast as the Bull McCabe in the field in my first week in University of Galway. And I spent most of my time in the Aula Maxima rehearsing for that play and for other subsequent plays, and that led to my whole career in media and the arts and lots of other things after that. So for me, it's a wonderful fulfilling of the circle of coming here to open my mind, to start to learn, to start to ask big questions of life. And I think it's a fantastic metaphor for the conference as well, because the field, for anybody who's seen the film or has read the play, it's based on a play by an Irish playwright from Kerry called John B. Keane. It's all about land and people and culture and people from the outside coming in to try and take what we have, and we're defending our rights, etc., and has a very tragic ending. But it discusses a lot of those big themes which are echoed in what we're going to be discussing over the next couple of days, with an amazing bunch of speakers and lots of different workshops, films, conversations to be had. So we're hoping that you have a very fulfilled couple of days. We invited the participants to come to Galway because we want to make connections. We don't want this to be a conference where people come, have a really good time, disappear and never speak to each other again. We actually want people to connect. We want to make those lasting relationships. We want to build a network, and we want to make sure that the things that we discussed today, that we action those, and that we do take positive steps and give hope and give leadership. So the reason we're here today is because of a lady called Paulina Luanket, who's like the magnet, who's pulled us all together. She just has this force of nature. So what I want to do at this stage is to invite herself and Jim Livesey, Vice President of Innovation in the University of Galway here, to come up and join me on the podium. So thanks very much. So I'm going to hand over to Paulina, and I think Paulina is going to tell you a little bit about why we're here, how this conference came about, and maybe a little bit of her own story as well, which would put a bit of a context on why we're here today. So Paulina.
Thank you so much to our beloved Trevor. So Trevor is a founding member of the IMID, so the Idaho Museum of International Diaspora. And the acronym, such a long name, we pronounce as IMID, IMID. He's one of the founding members of the IMID's Global Leadership Council. And I met Trevor back in July of 2021 at a conference in Spain. And when I walked out on the stage, and I said, who wants to join me? Join me in this movement to connect communities to the cultures from around the world. Trevor said, I will. So guess what? We're here in Ireland. So Falta, above me, says welcome, and you are most certainly welcome to participate. My name is Paulina Luanket, and I'm a former refugee from Laos. Laos is Southeast Asia. It's a landlocked country. And in 1975, my country was taken over by the communist regime. My father, a captain in the Royal Military, was scheduled for a public execution. Can you imagine that? My mother was pregnant with me, and they realized it was no longer safe, or he wouldn't even survive. So he devised a plan to escape. Off he went, with the promise of coming back to help my mother, my brother, 2 years older than I am, and myself escape once she had the baby. But instead, a letter came back and said he found another family, and he's off to the United States. So Mom gave birth to me, and she was alone. Can you imagine what goes through the head of a single mom trying to navigate the horrors of a war-torn country? Well, I'm going to fast forward it a little bit to when I was a little bit older, November of 1979. That was the moment that Mom made that courageous decision, to make that decision to say, we're leaving. We had dinner with our family. Everybody knew, but everybody was silent. And after dinner, instead of coming home, we walked into the woods. And we hid until we had escape guides who came after us to say it's time to go. We journeyed on foot through the woods, through the jungles, across creeks, across mountains. We slept in trees in the daytime to hide from the communists. We traveled by a single rowboat to safety, which was Thailand. So above Laos is China. To the east is Vietnam, so the Vietnam era conflict, the Vietnam War. But in Southeast Asia, it was the American War. Below us is Cambodia, and they were going through a genocide at the time. So Thailand was safe for us. But as you know, bad things happen when you cross over to a country illegally. Families are separated, women brutalized, raped, children taken. So Mom described me to the escape guides, these were strangers, as her baby boy. She was afraid that they would acknowledge that I was a little girl and that they would take me and sell me into slavery and at some point perhaps prostitution. So we navigated through the climate, we navigated through the environment for 2 weeks. We finally got to the Thailand refugee camp. That's a whole nother story that I'll tell you at a later time. It took 2 years for us from November 1979 to October of 1981 before we arrived in Boise, Idaho, in the Pacific Northwest of the United States, and that has been home since. That journey of mine, along with countless of human migration journey, because migration is ever so constant, right? So that journey of mine, the lived experience of the trials and tribulations, the survival of my mother, of my family, and many others, the resilience that she had, the fortitude in surviving. And then what comes next is the future. So a rebound, a renewal. Life no longer is in Boise, Idaho. It's now in the United States. How do we navigate through that? So all of that packaged is what you see among you. The Idaho Museum of International Diaspora is the organization that I founded. In the middle of the night, I had this epiphany, 12:35 a.m., woke me up in June of 2018, and I wrote a 6-page document, took it to Boise State, ended up meeting with Professor Dr. John Beater, who's sitting right here, who will be one of our first speakers. And off we went. We went international in July of 2021, thanks to the Basque government, Imano Galdos, who will be one of the speakers here. That is the legacy of the Idaho Museum of International Diaspora. If I can see a show of hands of all Imidians, please raise your hand. So these are fellows, yes, all the fellows. So this is my people, right? They are from ranging countries. They make up the Imidian. And I know that there's not a lot of Irish folks now, many students. We actually have about 150 people signed up for this conference, and they'll be coming in and out, and so we'll see them in due course as they select which topics that they'll enter. So if I can go back really quick to navigating the environment and the climate in Laos. So tropical, harsh terrains, right? If you think about life's journey in itself, we have ups and downs. We have the survival mode, the trials and tribulations. That's what this conversation is all about. That's what this conference is all about. Climate on culture. What is our state? What does the landscape say about how we are engaging in conversations about culture? The impact of culture in the academic setting, the impact of culture. How do we talk about culture in industry sectors, across all industry sectors? How do we talk about culture, and not necessarily race and ethnic culture, but the differences in our opinions when we talk about generational differences in understanding various topics? That is what this conference is all about, both literally and metaphorically. And our speakers today is going to help you ground you on some of those concepts. And so I'm excited for them to speak today as we work throughout the day. I want to share a couple of thoughts of gratitude for some of our partners. And if I can have the slide to come up. So Trevor mentioned our co-hosts, our co-hosts. So you'll see them there on the screen. But I want to recognize our sponsors, Volta Ireland, the Welsh Government, the Connaught Hotel. I also want to thank and give thoughts of gratitude verbally to our partners. Some of them I can't pronounce, and so I'm going to give pause for you to look and reflect. So just an expansive list of amazing hearts coming together, united, all in the spirit of talking about culture and how do we do culture? How do we talk about history in the current? And how do we take that collectively and transform that into future opportunities for our students, for our children, for our community? So thank you so much for being here. I am so grateful to get to share the stage here with our beloved Trevor, with Jim, who is the head here at the University of Galway. We're so grateful that we are in this beautiful building, this historical building, to talk about culture and to be with all of you. Thank you so much, and I'll invite Jim up to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. It's lovely to see you here. I'm not going to talk for very long because I stand between you and the substantive work of the conference, so it behooves me to be brief, right? First of all, I'm incredibly proud as Vice President for Research and Innovation. I'm afraid you promoted me one rung. To welcome everybody here to the beautiful University of Galway on an uncharacteristically gorgeous day. Don't think it's always like this. Yeah, you should have been here in summer. Like, it was a Tuesday this year, right? Yeah. I want to do two things. First of all, I just want to talk about the commitment of this university to this kind of work. The University of Galway, as you would have realized as you traveled through Connemara yesterday, so many of you, finds itself sited in one of the great fragile zones of migration, climate change, and systemic change in the world. This university was founded in the 1840s, and as most of you will realize, that was the moment of the greatest ecological and human catastrophe in the history of the country. And so that presence and mindfulness of the manner in which human experience and its relationship to its environment is constantly at stake and never secure, we're aware of that. That is just built into our fabric. And it's represented in our commitment to other communities, such as the traveller community, I see Owen there, right? To our sustainability office, but also in research. I think the two of our institutes which are particularly relevant to the work of this conference are the Ryan Institute in Sustainability and our newly founded Institute in Creativity. I want to talk a little bit about the creativity piece. And this, we feel there's a marriage of intent and a marriage of culture between the wonderful work that IMID are doing and our own culture and values. And we look forward in the future to a long and happy association and contribution toward the work of the museum. But I want to reflect a little bit as well and act like an academic for 5 minutes on this group that we see here before us in the moment we find ourselves in. Because it's an enormously heterogeneous group. The number of disciplines and the different research programs and the different orientations, as well as the different cultures that are represented in this room, is wider than that would find in most other gatherings of an academic or research orientation. And that's an enormous strength and also an enormous challenge. It's an enormous strength because it recognizes and responds to the moment we find ourselves in. What is that moment? We are already past the point where governments, societies, and cultures are aware that the norm of sustainability now imposes itself upon us. You can decide to ignore the climate crisis, but it will not ignore you. So whether or not you positively embrace sustainability as a norm which will condition your behavior, what was exogenous to human society, that which was taken as an easy natural endowment, natural capital, is now running out. And if you are not mindful of it, you will find yourself in catastrophe. happened before. You guys were in Connemara. That's the site of an ecological disaster. Connemara is beautiful, gorgeous. It's also one of the most destroyed natural habitats in the world. That should be a temperate rainforest. But it was destroyed thousands of years ago and we never got it back. Connemara is a desert, technically speaking. Beautiful desert. Deserts are beautiful. But they're not, it's not a rich desert. It's an impoverished desert. But that sustainability is already there as a norm. Sustainability imposes itself upon us. And the story Paulina was telling, which is shocking and heroic at the same time, is going to be an experience that more and more communities and individuals are going to have as the environments in which they live in become unsustainable and they attempt to find new ground and new places in which to land. A great mystery that is not being solved are what are going to be the human values through which we traverse that moment. The chances are, I'm going to chance, wrong word, the centrality of culture will be that that will be the resource that we will rely on, not to disgrace ourselves. When, and it's not if, when we heat these moments of crisis, if we do not have rich and deep, newly imagined cultural norms of things like hospitality, of respect for the integrity of other cultures, of an understanding of the sharedness of the planet, if those are not deeply embedded, we will find ourselves resorting to pathological responses to crisis. Right? And as I say, we will, and I use the we because Atlantic societies find themselves with more resources than most. Right? We will end up disgracing ourselves. So the work that's going on here, this heterogeneity of the group that we see before us, represents, I think, the depth of the crisis, but is also, and I find myself inspired by the work that Paulina and you are all doing, but is also an incredibly hopeful sign, because we, I think, with this kind of work, offer a route not to simply being victims of historical process that drive us toward bad outcomes. We see ourselves as agents, building a different culture, building different norms, embracing more hopeful narratives which can get us to the other side of the crisis. Now, those are big pictures for a small room, right? But I just want to say on behalf of the university that we see ourselves, because of our origin and of our future, in that trajectory, and we're so proud that you came to join us, and we're so happy to be part of this. Thank you.
Gwyr mil mag Jim, agus sam tar of a buach as a blahu locht ta agi in all skull in the Galliva. So just, I suppose, to give people a sense of the next couple of days and what's going to be happening. So today, obviously, all of the events are happening here in the Aula Maxima. So we'll have your usual coffee break and a lunch break and a coffee break and a partying this evening. So today are very much panel sessions where experts are going to be coming up on different themes and sharing their thoughts around those themes. So tomorrow we continue our work in the ATU, and we have 2 streams running parallel in ATU and in the Crew building as well. So anybody who's familiar, the Well Park campus of the ATU, where the School of Creative Design and Arts is based, also has a new beautiful building called Crew, which is an innovation hub for media and gaming. So we're being housed between those 2 buildings, and it's a mixture of, again, smaller sessions, discussion sessions. We're going to be showing a number of films around the themes that we have, and we're also going to have smaller discussions in the ATU building as well. So two groups running parallel, and if you want to find out what the full program is, we've given you a QR code on your badge, so you just zap your QR code. Again, so we're trying to save on paper and be very sustainable, so you'll find the full program on that. The third day, again, runs in ATU, and again, it's a different, we have, if things weren't complicated enough, we have 3 streams running. because one of the feathers in Paulina's cap that she didn't tell you is that she's also an amazing cook. And so we'll have a culinary strand running in the main campus of ATU in the demonstration kitchen. So herself and a number of the guests that are here are going to be discussing the whole thing about culture and food and how it can bring us together, but how it can explain where we've come from as well. So we have a culinary strand on Friday running in the main campus in ATU, and again in Crewe and Well Park we have 2 other strands of different workshops, classes, talks, videos, etc. So there's a huge amount packed into the 3 days of the conference, and you're welcome to join us for any of those. So just we're going to start our panel discussions now in a minute. So just kind of another couple of etiquette rules, I suppose. So if people are interested in the culinary workshops, for example, we do have a sign-in form because we need to get a sense of numbers. Because the good thing about anybody who goes to the culinary workshops is you're going to get to taste some of the food. But we need to try and get a sense maybe of the numbers for that. So if anybody's interested in that particular strand, my colleagues at the back have a sign-in sheet for that, or a registration for the culinary workshops. So please have a chat with them about that. Check out the program first. If you're interested, sign up for those. So during the panel discussions today, where most of the speakers are obviously going to be on the podium here, we will have a Q&A scenario. And what we'd ask again is, because we do have people who are joining us online, if you are going to make a comment or ask a question, please wait till the microphone gets as far as you, because we want them to be equally as part of the discussion as we are here in the room. So please be careful around that. So I think that's all of the workshop, or all of the information we have at the moment. We're going to be giving you bits and pieces of information as we go along, but we don't want to overwhelm people. So I just want to thank again my 2 guests on stage here, Paulina Luanketh and Jim Livesey, for being here this morning and for kicking us off. And what we're going to do now is introduce our first panel session. And it's an absolute pleasure to welcome a man who's no stranger to the University of Galway, who's been to Galway quite a lot and has taught in the university here, and has come via the Basque Country and then via Boise, Idaho, to join us here in Galway. So please welcome John Beater to the stage, and he's going to introduce the first panel session. Thank you.
I have never wanted an Irish accent so bad in my life. My English language just sounds boring and dry. Anybody who can make any language that can make the word toilet sound like poetry is magical. My name is John Beater. I'm a professor at Boise State University, and it really is a great honor and privilege to be here, thanks to Trevor and Julianne and the whole host of folks that have put this together. It's just been wonderful. I've been saying our day yesterday was just magical. I don't think you could replicate it if you tried. So I'm going to just briefly introduce colleagues here on the stage, and then we'll get to it. So in the order of presentations, Angel Shu from the University of North Carolina will start us off. She'll ground us in climate change. I'll go next, talking about one of the impacts of climate change, which is migration. People have to move. We'll spend some time pulling that apart. Next, Peter McCarran, if I'm pronouncing that, I apologize if it's incorrect. It's so wonderful to have a local professor from the University of Galway here. He's going to talk about food security, which is obviously a key element to all of this. And then last will be Stephanie Capaldo from Boise State University as well. She's going to connect a number of these pieces together and look particularly at the institutions that so many of us represent, and that is museums, and the role of museums and the arts in crafting a narrative and real policies that will connect all of this. So I'm going to turn it over to Angel, and we'll go ahead and get started.
Thank you so much, John. And thank you so much to Paulina for inviting me here today and for bringing us all together. Climate change has been referred to as a super wicked problem. And it's super wicked because it requires everyone from every discipline, from political science to psychology, communication, the arts, the humanities. We need everybody on board to tackle the climate crisis. So I don't know how this jumped all the way. And John may have mentioned that my research lab is called the Data Driven EnviroLab, and we seek to innovate quantitative and evidence-based approaches to addressing the world's most pressing environmental issues, including the climate crisis. So I'm going to show you a lot of data this morning in my 10 minutes. I'm going to try to keep it there. And it primarily draws from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's most recent assessment report, the IPCC. Has anybody heard of the IPCC? Oh, great. We have some hands in the room. So I was lucky enough to be one of the authors on the most recent, the sixth assessment report, particularly on the chapter on mitigation solutions. So the first part is going to be a little bleak, and I tell all my students in my climate science class that you have to bear with me to get through the data. But then I'm going to hopefully leave you on a positive note about the solutions, and then hopefully that can lead to further discussion. So here I have a graph. This is global CO2 or carbon dioxide concentrations. And this was the data from around the early 1980s from when I was born. So now you know my age. It's about 343 parts per million. Fast forward today, and those concentrations are now at 418 parts per million. So just in my lifetime alone, we've seen those CO2 concentrations climb and increase by about 33%. And that's translated into warmer temperatures. And so on average, if we compare to a 1950 to 1980 baseline, which was a relatively stable time in our Earth's climate in the most recent period, you can see that average temperatures are about 0.27 degrees Celsius warmer. They were back in the early 1980s. Now we're looking at temperatures about 1.5 degrees warmer than what they were in this 30-year period. So that's quite an increase that we've experienced just in the last 40 years. And if we take a look at this, these are, so half the lines are missing, but this should have been average monthly temperatures. And if we take a look at that dotted line, that's a full century baseline from 1900 all the way to 2000. All of the data, 1950s, 1960s, what our parents, our grandparents might have remembered, these temperatures all tended to be cooler on average. But those red lines, these are all average summer temperatures that are now much warmer than they were compared to the century average. And so you can see the highest line is 2016. That used to be the hottest year of temperatures on record. Now that's the third hottest year. 2023 and 2024 have now broken records and have been the hottest summer temperatures that we have on record since scientists began measuring temperature. In fact, we've had to redefine how scientists and climatologists even talk about what is a normal or an average typical temperature. So again, we're comparing to a 1901 to 2000 baseline, so over the course of a century. And you can see in these 30-year increments, so 30 years, that's typically what climatologists, meteorologists refer to as a climate and what you think about in terms of experiencing or observing climate change over this 30-year period. You can see now in the most recent 30-year period, 1991 to 2020, virtually everywhere in the United States where I'm from is warmer than it would have been a century ago. And so you're looking at this and you're saying, oh, well, 1 degree, that doesn't seem like it's really that bad. But if we zoom out and we take a look at the most recent periods of warming compared to the last 2,000 years, it really is quite unusual, where you can see that every decade has been progressively warmer than the previous decade before it. And so it's not just the temperatures that we're experiencing, and on average, this warming that may seem slight globally on average, because we have to remember an average is smoothing out a lot of the extremes. So it's actually much hotter in some places than just 1 or 2 degrees Celsius. You can see it's really the pace and the speed at which we've been warming the planet that is the most alarming. And so at its basis, I'm going to take you back to middle school, is the greenhouse gas effect. And I just like this animation. I show it to all my students. And so what we're talking about is you have greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. They're trapping some of the energy that comes from the sun. It gets absorbed by the earth and then re-radiated back. And those gases in the atmosphere, including CO2, but also methane, you may have heard of nitrous oxide, perfluorocarbons, they are trapping some of that heat and then they're radiating it back down to earth. And that keeps the Earth, it's like a blanket, nice and habitable, nice and warm for life. But what's happening is through our own activities, including electricity and heat production, we have transportation, 14% globally contributing to greenhouse gas emissions, manufacturing industry. I know Peter's going to talk about agriculture. All of these activities are generating greenhouse gas emissions and putting those back into the atmosphere. And that's putting the Earth's natural carbon cycle out of balance. So again, this is a really nice animation from the World Meteorological Organization. So naturally, in the global carbon cycle, you would have trees and sinks, including the atmosphere, but also the oceans, that would be absorbing some of this excess carbon and cycling it through the atmosphere in these various sinks. But when humans, and through our human activity, such as combusting coal and natural gas and oil for energy and manufacturing for cars, it's generating excess greenhouse gas emissions, carbon dioxide. You can see it's heating the atmosphere. And so we're creating, in effect, an energy imbalance, whereas the extra energy that's being stored from these greenhouse gases is forcing the planet to warm up as a result. And so that's really the energetic and the physical basis of climate change and what's happening. And so the impacts are quite devastating, as we know. You just have to open an internet browser, you can just Google climate change, and immediately you get a slew of headlines like this one. Flash droughts in Massachusetts, extreme weathers in Britain, as heat waves are hitting. The Pacific Northwest now regularly is having heat waves, and it's the one state in the US where they have the lowest air conditioning rate. I think only about half of homes have any access to air conditioning. Texas, where I have relatives, has regularly had these heat domes, and you can just see the European continent just completely ablaze in very high temperatures. We have heard of heat waves hitting Paris and France. Athletes were concerned about that this past Olympics. China, a few years ago, also battled its worst heat wave on record. They went 70 days with sustained temperatures well above 40 degrees Fahrenheit. And that has led to huge economic losses. Here, there's a statistic. Losses have increased 250% in the last 30 years from insured assets. And so this is a picture of the California wildfires. This has become commonplace. I've had family that have lost their homes due to wildfires in California, and other young parents have actually moved their kids because of the exposure due to air pollution from these constant and frequent wildfires. You see these headlines talking about drought and economic losses resulting from lack of precipitation. Also, in our daily lives, we see disruptions to supply chains. I'm sure Peter's going to talk about some of the agricultural impacts of drought or precipitation, leading to impacts on agricultural products such as chili peppers and coffee and wine and Dijon mustard. A couple years ago, chip shortages in China, largely due to climate change and lack of hydroelectricity due to droughts and heat waves, led to major chip shortages all around the world. I know my friends tried to buy a minivan. They were on a wait list for 2 years because they weren't able to get their minivan due to chip shortages. And if you're a Swiftie, a Taylor Swift fan, you weren't able to go to her concert in Brazil. So my sister was living there. She was wanting to take her teenage daughter to this Taylor Swift concert. And because of a record heat wave, an unprecedented heat wave, she had to postpone one of her concerts because a fan had passed away due to exposure to such high temperatures. You can see 59.3 degrees Celsius, about 138 degrees Fahrenheit. So about 106 degrees, that's when your body starts to really experience some of the signs of heat stress. And so this is much hotter than that. And so in the IPCC, this statement I always like to show in my class because it's very strong. The IPCC concluded most recently, it is indisputable that human activities are causing climate change, making extreme climate events, including heat waves, heavy rainfall, droughts, more frequent and severe. And so as a scientist, we're pretty cautious people, right, Peter? We wouldn't exactly go out and say indisputable. We wouldn't use that kind of language. And so you really have to understand that it took 3,000 scientists from all around the world to feel absolutely confident in all of the data, all of these leading indicators pointing towards a warming climate and connecting that back to our human activities to really have made such a bold claim. And so I want to underscore this because I find myself, particularly in the US context, in lots of conversations about whether or not climate change is real and whether we are the cause of it. And I think this is really the clearest science that we have to date, and the conclusions from all these scientists that it is absolutely irrefutable. So this was the heavy part, but now I'm going to turn to some of the solutions piece that I promised. What can we actually do about it? Well, I think what's really encouraging, if we take a look at this map, this is just solar and wind installations over time. You can just see the entire US light up with all of this new, clean, renewable energy and power. And these curves here show the falling cost of all of these technologies over the last 15 years. In fact, we highlighted this in the IPCC, and you can see in these data, I know it might be a little bit small, but we have solar panels. All the top bars here are all of the falling costs of these technologies. So falling costs of solar panels, of onshore, offshore wind, concentrated solar power, electric vehicles, the batteries, also huge drops in the cost. And these blue curves underneath are showing the penetration, the growth in the installation, the adoption of all these technologies. So to me, this is incredibly, incredibly inspiring because it shows, number one, we have all the technologies available to solve climate change today. They exist, and they're not expensive. The costs are falling. We emphasize this part about cost even more in the IPCC. You can see it's hard to read, but this is a figure you can open up in the third working group, and it's here. It's one of the key figures. You can see the cost of all of these different options, like electric vehicles and wind turbines, solar panels. They all now, most of them cost less than $20 per CO2 ton equivalent. So that just shows that the economic arguments of people saying, "Oh, well, it's too expensive to to tackle climate change," are simply not true. And I only have 2 more slides, so hopefully you'll bear with me. And then I think another positive piece, I always tell people about this chapter, is chapter 5. So definitely read the ones that I contributed to. But if there was one chapter you had to read, it would be this one because it was brand new for the 6th assessment cycle. And it's talking about us. It's talking about the demand side. What can we do as individuals collectively to impact climate change and to move the needle? And to me, this shows the huge potential. These demand side responses can help us cut emissions 50 to 80% across all sectors. And that's by doing things that you probably have heard of: reducing food waste, shifting to a sustainable diet. All of these, we now have science to back that they actually do make a difference. If you are thinking about retrofitting your home, we recently did in our house, adopting a heat pump, switching to energy efficient appliances like induction cooking, making your next car purchase electric, or replacing some of your commuting with electric bikes or public transit. So there are a lot of things that we can do. And now we have the science to show that added all together collectively, we can actually make a difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angel. That was wonderful. Really very helpful. We're pulling the next slides up here. As we're pulled, there we go. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, next part of of this panel presentation, I want to talk about climate change and migration. Thanks again to Angel for grounding us so much in that information, and also I think ending on some positive notes as far as what we can do to address it. I want to look at the relationship between climate change and migration, which is just foundational to IMED's work. I just want you to think about movement for a little bit, about migration, about the decisions that you make daily about how you're going to move, where you're going to go, what's pushing you out, what's pulling you towards some event, some experience. That is, why do we move? It's really foundational to the human experience. It's why we've invested so much to making sure that as many people as possible can have access to movement. And yet, what underscores so much of it is, to what degree can you and I choose to move? Those of us who are more privileged have much greater opportunities and much more volition to choose to move versus those that may not have as many of those opportunities. So we're going to look at the relationship between these. We're going to look at challenges, the opportunities that exist, and then maybe echoing what Angel has presented here is, how do you and I respond to the stories that we're reading, to the stories that we're telling, and the actions that we take? First, I'm a historian, so I want to root this in a larger context and perspective, and that is environmental conditions have always been connected to human migration patterns. So, in that sense, this isn't a new story. As human beings, we've gone through this experience historically. So, what makes this migration different? It really comes down to this: a much faster rate than warm periods between ice ages, and changes in the atmosphere caused by human beings. So it's those two factors that are making this migration experience different than previous changes in climate. And so when this occurs, what is it that you and I do as human beings? Well, we move. We move because we have to. We move because storms are occurring, droughts are occurring. I think all of us here could talk about at least one experience that you've had yourself or that you've read about where you feel like it's changing. Things are really changing. From Boise, Idaho, we had more smoke in Boise than I ever remember in my lifetime from so many wildfires that are connected here. We spent time in the Basque Country and talked with friends there that were talking about smoke that came from Canada that reached Spain, and they were feeling the impacts of that. So it's all connected, right, folks? We know that. I think we're feeling that connection even more profoundly when we think about what's happening with climate change. So we move. But the question is, again, to what degree do we have volition? Do we have the choice to move? And what are the impacts of that migration? So what do I mean by that? Those of us that have lived in one areas for long periods of time, we're rooted there, our friends are there, our family is there, we have history there. We don't move unless we have to, unless we're forced to. Maybe there's opportunities that draw us to other places, and that may prompt movement and migration. But for many of these, if you look at the picture, it's not so much that they're being pulled from somewhere, it's that they're being pushed out of. And when that happens, it's this effect that can be a kind of domino effect on families, on regions, of identities, of the stories and the actions that we take in response to that. We talk about climate change as the great displacer, mobility. But again, as some of the pictures really demonstrate, it's not largely one of volition. They're not being pulled. It's that they're being pushed out of areas, again, not due to volition. Jim mentioned earlier that we were in Connemara yesterday, and I can't think of a region. He already said much of what I wanted to talk about there. But I can't think of a region that doesn't depict locally what's happening nationally any better than that experience yesterday. You look at the famine, if you do any kind of research or any kind of reading in that area, you see the intense relationship between that ecology and the migration that it forced out of it. Many of us can draw our ancestry to Irish immigrants that came to the United States leaving that potato famine. Again, not because they wanted to, because they had to. Forced migration rather than this choice or volition that comes with that. So let's talk just a little bit about types of migration and how this could and is happening. And that is this kind of movement from rural migration to urban migration to international migration, if need be. Let's look at the first one. Many people, right, still live in small subsistence communities trying to make their lives in rural areas. It's what they're used to. It's the lives that they've lived. It's what they would like to continue. And yet, if floods or droughts or other stories or other events happen, rather, they're forced out of it. So what do? Well, most of us move closer to something else we're familiar with, and that's another rural area. And if the storm passes us, we're seeing this in the United States, if the storm passes over, we want to go back and reconstitute our homes because that's what we're most familiar with. So we don't move. These aren't moving because they want to. They're moving because they need to. So what's the next step? The next step is to move to cities. Cities offer all kinds of opportunities that rural areas may not. At the same time, cities offer challenges. Challenges in housing, challenges in navigating work, challenges in getting families situated, all kinds of things with that. So there's opportunities and challenges that go with that. The big move is, do we move internationally? And that's the largest step. And that's largely when you have to. There simply isn't an opportunity. Cities aren't able to accommodate the needs that you have, and you realize that you have to take a next step. To give you some examples of high internal displacement: Bangladesh, Sudan, South Sudan, and Somalia. Somalia in 2023 had a drought that left 2 million people displaced, internally displaced. Gosh, I wish I had better news to share with you, but I just have to tell you what the research says. 2 million people, most of which were internally displaced. That is, they weren't leaving the country, but they were left with so little that the challenges maintained over long periods and continue to survive, continue to rather promote a group that's largely left in camps. Bangladesh, South Sudan have their versions of the same story. The other sad part of all of this is that these countries really contributed the least to the climate change, and yet are suffering some of the largest effects of that. Gosh, there's something horribly unfair about that experience, huh? But when we talk about threats, or we may be able to cite an example where a drought, for example, in Somalia was really the primary instigator of migration. Migration, more often in this context, comes out of this combination of impacts that are forcing it. So it's hard to say this person is a climate migrant because there's so many other elements that are putting that person into the need to move. So if you look at some of these things, you'll see extreme weather events, food crisis, conflict, poverty. Talk about climate change as the migration threat multiplier because that's what it's doing. It's connecting with these other elements, and the combination of that is what's really creating this need to move. Here's an example from Guatemala and Central America. Look at the elements, right? The collection of things that are occurring that are forcing people to migrate. Again, not one in particular, but these things taken together force people to have to move, many of which are moving north, Central America, in this case into the United States. So how do we respond to this? And this is how do you and I respond individually, but this is also, I think, one of the big international elements that we're going to have to address. So at extremes, one side or the other, you really have building walls and welcoming. And you can see from the statistics here, building walls has been a response that we've had historically and that many countries are doing today, to no surprise. So we have 7 of the world's biggest historic emitters of greenhouse gases spend more than twice as much on borders as climate finance. By climate finance, we mean trying to help other countries deal with climate change. So I think we're pretty familiar with this. We read a lot about it. We may experience it ourselves, but it's certainly one response. Another response is one that is more welcoming of migrants, that says that there's an opportunity for them. As northern countries, as the population ages, there is going to be a need for a lot more workers. There already is in many areas, and those numbers are only going to increase. So some see this as a great opportunity for migrants and for workers to have it. And there's also just a humanitarian element and a fairness element to it that many see as essential for us to really move things forward. Now, a little look back in history and then a look at where things are going. Historically, humanity has generally worked and lived along the 25th to 26th parallel because it's the most comfortable zone for humans to exist and to grow food and crops. But what's happening now with climate change is that other areas are changing, and as that occurs, it brings us, or it may bring, we'll see how things play out, to areas that previously were not able to grow crops. Russia, Canada, Iceland, the areas depicted here, Alaska, may have opportunities, wide areas that we will now be able to grow food that we haven't been able to in the past. This offers great opportunities for migrants to get work, and great challenges, because if we duplicate what we've done in the past, we'll diminish the biodiversity, we'll change and threaten water supplies, and in the process of creating all of this, agriculture will release a whole lot of CO2. So again, opportunities and challenges, and how ultimately to respond to it. You're going to see that as the Arctic thaws, we'll have shorter and more eco-friendly maritime trade routes that bypass the Russian-controlled Northern Sea, routes that are shown here in the green. So there's political and economic pieces at play here, and we'll see how those continue to work out. If you just look at the business sector and see what they're doing, it's an interesting thing to learn. Look at the lowest statistic, 48% report a clear business case for action on climate. But look at 69% that see investment in climate solutions as essential to competitive advantage, and 70% see opportunities for growth and innovation. Last couple slides here. The International Organization of Migration grew out, it started in 1851. It really grew as a response to World War II and all the displaced peoples after that war. And now we're seeing this organization deal with climate refugees. Now, that term doesn't exist. It's not recognized by the International Organization of Migration, but we're kind of nibbling close to identifying that. And this case here, Ione Tiatiota from the Pacific Island nation of Kiribati, is one of the leading cases in what happened. What he did in 2013, he was in New Zealand, and he applied for refugee status in New Zealand, saying that he could not go back to Kiribati because that island no longer would allow him the livelihood that he had enjoyed previously. Now, what happened? His case was not accepted, but it's one of these things where it began to poke holes in some of the policy. And as it says here, the UN Refugee Agency has said it expects more and more people to be displaced by environmental factors. Currently, the climate refugees does not exist, but this case is one of the ones that really began to see people to recognize, yeah, we're going to have to do something about this. In other words, policy is going to have to change as this migration continues to occur. So climate change and migration, what's happening? Well, challenges and opportunities and how we respond is at the core of all of this. I'm just going to leave you with one last thing, and it's the thing that I found most helpful, because some of this just feels so devastating and so large and so much bigger than I am that I don't know how to respond to it. Some of you might be familiar with Project, Drawdown. Thank you. Project Drawdown, total blanket. My wife always comes through in the pitch. Project Drawdown. Project Drawdown. It says this. If you look at it, there's 4 main levels that this place is that this is working on. So there's the individual level, us. What can you and I do? And I'm doing my recycling and I'm doing what I can. And that's a significant thing, but it can feel really small when you look at this massive thing that's going on. It's overwhelming. The next level, family and friends. Can I connect with family and friends and we are doing and kind of working on things? And that helps when you're doing it with others because you feel like, okay, it's like working out. If I have a partner, I do a lot more workouts. The next area is the area of who could I contact in 2 or 3 calls that I might be able to make a more systemic change? And I've tried this on campus and I see how it can work. Trying to work with athletics at Boise State University. Athletics has so much power. How much can we change that culture and practices, which then has a rippling effect? The last one is the highest policy, and it feels further away from us. But the Project Drawdown folks say if you do 1, 2, and 3, you are going to make the change in 4. It will happen. It's just that 4 feels so far away, but we want to look up here, look at 1, 2, and if you can, to 3. And that will be the opportunity for the greatest change. Thanks so much. I'm going to turn it over to Peter now, and here we go.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to John. Thank you very much to Angel, and thanks to everybody for inviting me to be here with you today as well. Peter McKeown is my name, and I am a lecturer here at the University of Galway, as John says. My background is actually as a plant biologist. My background is in plant science, including the study of everything from model plants through to the environmental responses of crops. But I also coordinate here our master's program on climate change, agriculture, and food security. Wonderful to see some of my class here today at this fascinating, challenging event. So I want to talk a little bit about the idea of adaptation, the idea of addressing some of these challenges that the climate crisis poses for communities and enabling them to adapt such that some of these more dire consequences, including displacement, are able to be curtailed. So adaptation is the other part of the big climate response, together with mitigation of emissions. It's possibly in the past been something which has been less on the public agenda than mitigation. You think of climate change, maybe the first thing that comes into our minds may traditionally have been people telling you to drive less, to fly less, to eat less meat, to install solar panels and all of these important things. But the other side of the coin is, well, what do we do about the climate change which is actually happening? And I guess it might have been a little less spoken about, partly because it feels a bit like an admission of failure. It's an admission that actually, no, we have not decarbonized as we should have in the past decades. And so climate change has already arrived exactly as we were warned about and failed to heed. Secondly, because I think it is, in some cases, there may actually have been perhaps bad actors who would promote easy models of adaptation as an excuse for not mitigating. We don't need to make difficult choices about transport or energy or food because we are a clever species. We have technology. We can adapt our way out of the problems. And in some cases, it was the case that people would try and present it as an either or. Which is very foolish because, of course, we have already altered the greenhouse gas effect, the greenhouse effect. We have already seen heating And because it takes time for gases to percolate in the atmosphere, they persist. Even if we were to switch off all emissions right now, this very hour, we would still see further heating. And we also have to hedge our beds against things like feedback loops and tipping points, which could drive very rapid additional heating. So we need to adapt to what's going on, and we need to adapt to at least, even in the best case scenarios, further risks in the years to come. The other reason I think why we don't like to talk about adaptation is that it immediately brings up the question of who needs to adapt. And it's clear that actually everybody needs to adapt. We in the wealthiest parts of the world are not immune. No matter how much money and prosperity you have, if your house is destroyed by wildfire, then that is a serious impact on your livelihood. You probably have government assistance and insurance and other safety nets. It's less destructive than if the same thing were to happen in another context, a less empowered context, by community, by country, but it's still a major impact. So everybody needs to adapt. But it is the most vulnerable communities who need to adapt most. It is those who are already disempowered. And by definition, that will not happen without very clear assistance, routes of climate financing, and changes to enabling environment. So helping others to adapt is a critical point, a critical element of our ongoing response. Especially, I think a great deal in my work about adaptation for poor rural communities, especially smallholders and others who are dependent upon natural resources, rain-fed agriculture, the presence of stable ecosystems, and the presence of fertile soils. And all of these things are threatened by climate impacts, among other threats. We also need to be aware that this is key to people being able to remain within their places, within their communities, their ability to produce food through farming, though also possibly fisheries, foraging, and other things. The ability to get a livelihood from the land, and of course that's also essential for the food security of the countries and surrounding areas that they're in. A failure to be able to maintain that livelihood leads to the risks of migration. Some people may, in some cases, migration may actually be an adaptation. People may see advantages and opportunities in it, but in many cases, of course, it will not be. We've seen all of these examples of climate as a threat multiplier interacting with many other things to push damaging forms of forced migration, which we want to avoid. The other thing I think we need to remember is that adaptation of food production and food systems is cultural. Food is cultural. It is about resilience in a place to which people have connection to the land and to the things that the land produces. So it is about heritage as well. You can classify plants in many ways. You can classify them scientifically. You can classify them by use. You can also classify them in perhaps cultural terms. There's been a lot of really interesting work on looking at the connections between people and, for example, the crop varieties that they make use of. A lot of interest in agricultural biodiversity and genetic resources. If people have maintained varieties of crop, of bean, of tuber, of grain over the centuries, then this will be part of their culture. There was a study some years ago looking in Central European varieties of beans and legumes, tracking down traditional varieties. And interestingly, in quite a few places, in places like Central Europe and the Balkans, the local varieties would simply be called, in local languages, they would be called something like granddad's bean, something like that. It was the family bean, And as it turns out, many of these older varieties may actually have a lot of adaptations. They may have a lot of resilience. They may have a lot of useful properties which actually make them more resistant to things like the effects of drought, of heat wave, of nutrient deficiencies in the soil. So when we talk about adaptation, the good news, I guess, is that there are many technologies and techniques that can be provided to people, whether that's about analyzing different traditional varieties to identify sources of existing resilience, whether it's about making hybrids or improved varieties more widely available, whether it's about expanding access to appropriate technologies, including irrigation, water conservation, or techniques which preserve soils from being damaged through overexploitation or deforestation. The example of Connemara, to come back to what Oscar Wilde called the savage beauty, which I think sums up that balance of the bleakness and the loss of the natural resource base and its interaction with human disaster and the political and cultural and colonialist drivers of disaster. So we have many of these technologies, but I think we need to remember that those exist within cultures. They need to be appropriate and they need to be made available in ways which they currently are not. So there has to be that dissemination of knowledge, of capacity, and of enabling support, whether that's microfinancing or changes to surrounding social barriers against full participation in adaptive systems for whatever reason. And finally, many of us here are connected with research organizations, with universities, with museums, or bodies which have a role in knowledge. And I think it's very important that we recognize our own role to play here, as Jim was saying earlier. And I think it is critical that research bodies firstly see who is going to need to be the users of their innovations, and also that we're extremely critical about what's going to work. We have many, many different proposed approaches, and we need to be really critical and focus in on actually assessing which are the ones which genuinely work. And that might mean being critical of ourselves and accepting that something I always say to my students, something can seem like a very good idea theoretically, but sometimes you just have to look at the data and conclude, yep, it's a nice idea, it does not work, or at least in this context, it does not. And we owe it to end users to make sure that that information is accurately presented. So critical thinking within research is really vital element of that. It was lovely to hear the reference back to a Project Drawdown. We actually had a bit of joint research through a master's project a few years ago with a student who was assessing the impacts of regenerative agriculture. Can you increase the amount of carbon stored in agricultural soils to buffer the climate by holding more carbon dioxide? And this was an interesting project because it enabled her to really drill down into the data and assess what is working, where is it working, are there cases where actually this is not so much of a solution as we hoped, and the fact that she was able to develop those critical skills with respect to something in a small way quite important was a really heartening thing to see. I think I'm over time, and I'm going to finish just by saying thanks again. It's essential, I guess, that we have this kind of interdisciplinarity and coming together of many different perspectives, and thank you very much, Gamal.
Hello, everyone. I'm shorter than my previous panel members here. I'd also like to just echo thank yous to everyone who's organized the conference and for John for organizing the panel. And it's so lovely to be here at the University of Galway. A hat that I wear at my university at Boise State is with our ASHE, American Association for Sustainability in Higher Ed, STARS reporting, and in the most recent 2024 index for ASHE, University of Galway is a leader in sustainability practice and reporting. So it's so great to be here. And, you know, when John asked me to be a part of this panel, we were thinking about how we might discuss solutions moving forward in terms of giving us an introduction into sustainability. And so what I'd like to do today is talk about the history of discourse to the best of my ability in just a few minutes, the history of discourse of sustainability and climate action, where we started, which was really a kind of doom and gloom disaster narrative, to thinking more closely to regeneration and what does that look like. So environmental historians, of which, although my research has focused a lot in reporting as of recent, I am an environmental historian, and there's a few things that we do in environmental history, and often not in isolation. But the first is looking at change over time of the physical landscape, and then change over time of the relationships between humans and their natural environments. And lastly, change over time in ideas of nature, ideas of change. And that's really what I'm talking about for today, in thinking about how have we as a global community thought about and articulated the kinds of challenges that we see in terms of environmental damage, in terms of geopolitical strife, and the concept of sustainability. Where does this come from? As a historian, we have to pick a starting point of the story. And so I've started it with the Limits to Growth report in '72, commissioned by the Club of Rome. And it's this report where we get the big systems thinking names such as Jay Forrester and Donella Meadows, and they kind of provide a foundation for how we think about sustainability moving forward. But out of this international congregation of thought leaders in environmental change, the argument that came out of this original Limits to Growth report is, as you would imagine, we need to limit growth, right? Because of increased population is what we were talking about at this point in the post-war era, and increased industrialization. The scientists came together with their World 3 model and said at some point in the future, the finite resources are going to cause major shifts and a huge drop in population, in human life, as well as in development. But as you can imagine, just from, again, we're thinking about the ideas of nature, ideas of sustainability. The title of this report, Limits to Growth, really created a lot of backlash on a global scale. There wasn't a lot of people who were really interested in limiting growth. I think we finally come back to, in most of these spaces of sustainability research, that we're finally starting to talk about degrowth and donut economics as a way to get back to that original Limits to Growth. But in terms of linguistics, in terms of language, in terms of ideas, this was not a popular one. So then move forward a little more than a decade with the Brundtland Report, and the ideas are quite often the same, but the language changed quite a bit to sustainable development. So in the previous recognitions of environmental harm and geopolitical strife, the idea is we need to limit how much we are using our natural resources. Whereas the sustainable development concept, of course, tries to link environmental impact with economic development. And this is also where we get this concept of future generations as being a core driver in how we think about and what motivates us towards basic change in habits, right? So this balance of the three-legged stool of environmental health, social equity, and economic stability. Some people would say economic growth. I'll say economic stability was the goal. How do we balance these three? And those of us in the cultural sphere, however, have been working on trying to get culture as a part of, or as an expansion, rather, of this concept of a three-legged stool in terms of balancing those three values. How also can we think about cultural heritage and cultural preservation and cultural sustainability as significant? I'm going to talk briefly about that at the end, but I know we have another panel that's focusing on that, so I won't get into that too much. And then I bring us further a few decades to the Paris Accord of 2015, signed in 2016, which really outlines, and of course this is building on the original 8 millennial goals, but expands those 8 millennial goals into 17 sustainable development goals. And again, University of Galway is a leader in using the Paris Accord, or using the Sustainable Development Goals as a way of articulating and driving its sustainability plan. So amazing to see, something I've longed to see at Boise State, where I am, and we just haven't quite gotten there yet. So as a leader, this university is such a great place to have this talk in. But moving forward to the 20 teens, we have international goals set to as some of my panel mates have talked about, trying to remain below that 1.5 degrees Celsius as best as we can in terms of overall change in average temperatures from the Industrial Revolution, so about the mid 19th century. But certainly, the goal was certainly to stay below 2 degrees Celsius in terms of climate. And the ways in which it was determined this could be done is that by 2030, we need to cut emissions by 50% holistically. And then, of course, by 2050, we need to get to net zero. And again, as was previously discussed, this is to keep that increase in temperature below 2 degrees Celsius. And as we know, the emissions that we release today are in the atmosphere for at least 100 years. Again, I'll go back to the scientists. So even if we stopped right now, we have a ways to go. So recognizing that longer change time period there that we need. But really in the field, and I think because of the Brundtland report, the language of sustainability was much more digestible. It was much more adaptable. It was much more accepted by the larger global community. But really, I think a lot of people in this field are shifting, and hopefully this language will take on as well, but are shifting away from, or beyond rather, sustainability and toward a concept of regeneration, because we are no longer at the point that possibly we were in the 70s and the 80s, where we were trying to sustain where we were so that things didn't get worse. We now have to go beyond the practice and the idea of sustainability and climate action, beyond just doing less harm to actually contributing to the betterment of all systems around us. So I know we have another panel coming up that is talking a little bit about this, but I did want to highlight the role that I think the cultural sector and museums in particular play in climate action. And ICOM, the International Commission on Museums, has just a few years ago shifted their definition of museums to include inclusivity, diversity, and of course sustainability. So I think this really signals a shift that we're seeing, at least from the top down, in terms of the cultural sector, of the degree to which the cultural sector sees itself as a leader in climate action. And this is done originally, I think, mostly through the unique ability that museums and the cultural sector have in terms of storytelling. Museums are uniquely equipped to create awareness of climate literacy, and they do this through storytelling and sharing of experiences. And they're also able to reach, because of their diverse audiences, they're able to reach a very broad interdisciplinary, cross-cultural, cross-sector, cross-ideally economic divides in order to share this message. But on the other hand, or perhaps on the backhand side of the storytelling role that the cultural sector plays, it also can serve as a model and a leader in their community in terms of modeling what does climate action look like. And so this will be a workshop that I'm running a little later on in the week on Friday, if you're interested. But what we've also been able to see is that museums and other institutions in the cultural sector are kind of not just talking the talk, but walking the walk as well, and starting to create very systematic plans and set goals for operations that help to lessen the negative impacts, but also to heighten the positive impacts that they have. So they're really able to implement that climate action. I think that's all. Oh, and just lastly, for the first year, ICOM is including a sustainability practice award in their annual, every 3-year major conference. And so again, I think that signals a shift that we're seeing in the cultural sector that's been taking place for the past 5 to 10 years or so, but it's really being cemented in the language that we use and in the practice in terms of our ideas of sustainability and the role that culture can play there. So I believe that's all I have. Thank you. And
now we have some time for questions and answers, and I think we have some microphones, if I'm right. So the audience gets priorities of those of you that might want to ask questions of any of the panelists. If not, I've got questions here ready to go. Anybody have a question that they'd like to, make, please?
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Paul. I'm a master's student in climate change, agriculture, and food security. My question goes to Dr. John. Amongst the causes of climate change and migration, I think you focus so much on natural disasters such as droughts and famine. So I wanted to find out where you place migration which is caused by wars, man-made wars. Yeah, because I say so because when you look at people migrate because of wars, when they move into new areas, mostly they have to cut down trees so that they can build new homes. And when they do that, we know the role of trees. It helps reduce the carbon in the atmosphere, a phenomenon known as carbon sequestration. So where do you place man-made wars in terms of climate change and migration? Thank you.
I'm going to make sure I have the question. It's really around wood, is that right? Did I understand that correctly? War in particular. War, okay. Yeah, sorry about that. I wasn't quite sure. Yeah, these are one of these things where war comes together with climate change to make the ultimate threat multiplier. I guess I'm not sure what's happening in Ukraine, what's happening in other areas. Just the war itself creates it wreaks havoc on the environment. So I don't think there's anything new there. What's happening is when you take war and you take climate change, then you have that threat multiplier. And that's one of the things that I think we tend to look at these separately. We tend to look at events and we see climate change, but it's much larger with that. And your example of how war and those two things connect, again, creates the multiplier that becomes so powerful. Yeah. Another question or comment. I'm sorry I didn't understand that initially. Yeah. Trevor. Paulina, please.
Thank you so much to the panelists, and I'm going to stand so I can see this young gentleman here with the question. So my country in Laos was riddled with bombs that the CIA dropped back in the 70s. So when we talk about the environmental factors and the change in the climate, it really has a profound impact in the climate in that particular area, because land was fertile before the bombs dropped. And now that the metal and the decay has seeped into the ground and into the water system and is impacting the birth rates, but also creating increase in birth defects. And so that water then continues on into streams, into the rivers, and it's continuing on. So a systematic impact in the ocean, down to Cambodia, down to the ocean, down towards the south of Southeast Asia. And so as rain is coming down, right, and no one is growing anything anymore, it's creating more and more mudslides and landslides. And so there's no easy solution, because those bombs dropped back in the 60s and the 70s are still exploding today. And nobody can get to them. And so war-torn countries is another category of crisis.
I'd like to ask a question of Angel, if I could, here. Angel, you discuss how some of the IPCC's analysis of demand-side or bottom-up action to tackle climate change. Can you elaborate on how subnational and non-state climate actors such as cities, businesses, and civil society organizations are contributing to these efforts? What role do they play in complementing or even driving national and international climate policy, if you would?
Thanks, John. Hello? Oh, now it's on. Thank you. Yeah, so I didn't get a chance to dive really deeply into my personal contributions and where my research fit into the IPCC, so I'm really glad that you asked that question. So thinking back to the Project Drawdown framework, I think of that as maybe like a 3.5, right? And then that's interesting that Project Drawdown doesn't really mention that particular layer, but they really are, I think, often the unseen actors in the fight against climate change. And the Paris Agreement that Stephanie mentioned, it was the first time that an international treaty on climate change had actually explicitly recognized the contribution of all levels of government, from like towns. Actually, I was looking up today, Galway is, I think, 20,000 people bigger than town of Chapel Hill. So maybe kind of small, but actually also can contribute to the fight against the climate crisis. And businesses, corporations, there are many businesses now, Walmart, Amazon, they actually employ more people. They have more revenue than most, the GDP of most small nations. And so what happens when these actors also take up the charge on climate? And so what we're seeing since the Paris Agreement recognized their contributions, this huge influx of thousands of companies and subnational governments, cities, towns, states, and regions tackling climate change. And so that's what we try to highlight in chapters 4, 8, and 13, Working Group 3 of IPCC. But I think going back to this net zero framework that Stephanie also mentioned, we're seeing a lot of them also pledge to decarbonize and to set their own net zero goals to fill in the gaps left by national governments, because, punchline, national governments are not doing enough. And so we really need these actors to also contribute and pull their weight.
Anybody else questions, or panelists that have questions for each other? Peter, I'd like to ask a question of you. I know you and your colleagues have done an awful lot of work here in Ireland, doing one of the first studies of the effects of climate change in Ireland. I wonder if you might speak a little bit more about what you learned from that report, and since we're in Ireland here, might situate and give us a little understanding.
The IOM report is it? Yes. Is that working? Oh yeah, there we go. We collaborated with the International Organization for Migration to produce the first IOM country report for an OECD country. The IOM produces reports considering the status of migration in many countries around the world, and the idea came, well, why is this only for the developing and emerging countries and LDCs? This is a question for everybody. And again, we collaborated. We had a very good student who was connected to the work and led it, Daria, to really assess what does migration mean? What does it mean for Irish people? What does it mean about movement within the country? If you are visiting Galway City Centre, you visit the Spanish Arch, there is an art installation there which you'll sometimes see illuminated, a light which is shone around the surrounding buildings, showing where the sea level will be by the end of the century, I think it is, if business as usual continues. So, and most of our cities are low-lying, they are coastal. What implications is that going to have? And what implications also is that going to have in terms of all of the questions around those who are moving into Ireland? Traditionally, Ireland has been a country of exodus. My own grandfather moved, I'm British by birth, but only because my grandfather moved from Ireland generations ago over to Britain. Then in 2008, I moved back in the other way again. But of course there is also inward migration, which has not been, unfortunately, if you see any news report from recent events, has not been handled well for a whole host of reasons. So what are the implications there? But I think that perhaps the most important thing is simply the fact that this exercise was engaged with a question of looking forward, what is going on in the world of migration, what is the implication of climate, and maybe moving away from what I spoke about before, maybe the easy assumption that if you're in a stable, well-developed country, adaptation is something that will take care of itself. And the answer is no, we need to be planning for this, and we need to be planning for this at the subnational. It needs to be the city area. It's not just what the ministry thinks in Dublin, it's what a community living by the sea exposed to storm surges here in Galway is going to do about it, and also the fact that we've sort of endorsed the SDGs in the university, we hope, and that sort of sets out a marker that we see it as a role for civil organizations as well, but also individuals, and of course also businesses. The private sector has not been mentioned much today, but of course will also be the other critical element as well.
Yeah, question over here, it looks like.
Yes.
Please.
I wonder, I think you can hear me. So there was two questions actually occurred to me as I was listening there. The main one, I suppose, and probably that's the theme of the whole conference in a way, is that it feels like we've been having this same conversation about climate change for decades. I remember when I was at school, we were talking about climate change and what would happen in the predictions, but it seems to never move on. And even now, despite the fact it seems like the world is on fire in many parts of the world, we still have a lot of people having the same debate. And so it's a theme that I think I picked out in nearly all the speakers' contributions there, is that this is something that has been talked about for so long, and then there's the influence of bad actors. It was mentioned maybe that was an element we need to consider. So I'm wondering if people could speak about that a little more. That's my first question. And then the second question relates to my own experience growing up in a small farm here in Ireland. And I know that a lot of the small farmers here in Ireland feel that government policy around climate change is targeting them. They don't feel, I know we've got a coalition government at the moment where the Green Party are part of it, and the Green Party in particular is not popular in rural Ireland because they're seen as picking on small farmers and people who are not part of the conversation, I suppose. So I'm wondering if you could speak about both those things. I suppose that might be a bit much, but thank you.
Sure. In terms of the first part of the question, absolutely. We've been talking about this for a long time, and as a historian, we could go well beyond the 1970s as well. And for those of us who have been working in this space for 4 decades, it can be difficult to continue going on when you feel like we're just saying the same things over and over again. And I think that ideally the concept of regeneration, one that's been around for a while, but I'm hoping catches on in terms of the lexicon, can move us forward. But additionally, surprisingly, from someone with a history, and background, and I teach the humanities, surprisingly, a few years ago, when in the previous administration in the United States, where we were seeing massive rollbacks in environmental legislation, the sector that gave me the most hope was the private sector. And it's really what pushed me into looking at ESG reporting, environmental social governance reporting, and learning the language of the quote unquote business case for sustainability, which, again, coming from the humanities, if that was something you would have brought up to me 15 years ago, I would have, really wrinkled my nose and not wanted to have anything to do with it. But I think that language and being able to talk to people in the cultural sector in the private sector about the business case for sustainability or for regeneration is a really powerful tool. And while I think there was about 5 years ago a real push towards that ESG reporting, we've certainly seen some backlash in the States, and I know that exists in Europe as well. So perhaps changing the language again, but with a similar idea of really thinking through the balance of environmental harm and economic prosperity, that we have often historically looked at those two things as a binary, right? An either or, and instead really reinforcing the inherent relationship between a healthy environment and a healthy social equitable community and a healthy economy. Again, that language of regeneration is helpful for me. Also, I just think being able to, again, coming from the humanities, being able to measure things like the scientists do was not something I was interested in for a very long time, but then it's really the only way to see the dial move. And I think we do have better and better resources and abilities to measure that and to communicate that. Scientists have been doing, at least from what I can see in the environmental wing of the university, that climate communication on the science part is something that seems to have grown dramatically, and the being able to actually physically see dials move in the right direction, assuming they are moving in the right direction, is also very motivating. So yes, I think we have been saying the same thing over and over again, but hopefully the people who are kind of leading that linguistic understanding of sustainability and regeneration are shifting towards language that's more easily digestible for all sectors of society.
Yeah, Stephanie, I completely agree with everything that she just said. And I think saying the same thing over and over again is not necessarily a bad thing because scientists were not exactly great at communicating the science of climate change. And so I think, as Stephanie said, being able to enlist other people to help us, the humanists, the culturists, the artists, the filmmakers, I think that's been really important. And you have seen the shift where Vice President Al Gore came out with this gloom and doom, this inconvenient truth, and he quickly realized that got people shocked, but it didn't get them motivated. And so I think it's exactly about how we can turn this climate crisis into an opportunity. That's been a major shift. I've been working in climate change for over 20 years, and I think that that's really been a major shift in how we talk about climate, because you can't just gloom and doom and scare the pants off of people all the time. It just doesn't work. So I think that's been really important. And then engaging these new actors, as we just talked about, getting subnational governments, getting universities on board, getting businesses. And now, as you said, it's become a norm. The net zero paradigm is a norm. We have a project called the Net Zero Tracker where we're actually tracking and measuring, exactly as you said, the shift. And now we see that 50% of the Forbes 2000 largest companies that are publicly traded have all set their intentions to decarbonize. Now, a lot of them are fossil fuel companies, and we looked into what they are pledging on doing, and none of them are credible, but at least they're talking about it. So we're talking about the communication piece, they're talking about it. Yeah, and then I would say that the next piece is also the youth and the young people, and that's why I'm in academia. That's why I stay in academia. Doesn't necessarily pay all the bills, but it really is. It's important to, I think, be there for young people and to motivate them, to help give them the tools that they'll need to really confront this disaster, because they're inheriting, frankly, a mess. And so I think I'm inspired by young people and the youth every day who actually keep us on our toes and to hold us accountable, and we need that. And so I think that's also been a major shift with Greta Thunberg and Vanessa Nakate, all of these young people. I think that's really been also a very positive change in communication. But yeah, Peter, do you want to tackle the second? I feel like that's your wheelhouse.
Yeah, maybe just at the at the end, maybe. Yeah, I mean, Ireland is perhaps visitors here. We're perhaps a little unusual in developed countries in that we do have a lot of family farms, a lot of small farm enterprises, and these farms carry out a great many important roles in sustainability, in maintaining the environment, not just in terms of trapping carbon in their rich soils, maintaining on-farm biodiversity, water provisioning services, all of these things. At the same time, of course, agriculture, as we saw in the chart earlier, globally, it is, of course, an emitter. It is part of the problem, if you like. But I think small farmers, probably particularly here in the West, definitely feel like they've been scapegoated, that they're getting blamed for the problems but not being recognized as part of the solution. Despite the proliferation of agri-environment schemes and so forth, I guess the perception is that there's still very little carrot and a lot of stick. And the perception is that small farmers are being scapegoated so that, Dublin Airport can keep expanding or whatever. And that's not going to be just. And I don't have the solutions there, but whatever solutions there are, they have to come from the communities, they have to come from those who are affected, they can't be top down, and if there are going to be transitions, they have to be just ones, which have to be emerging from those who are being affected in wealthy countries, as in every part of the world.
Please join me in a round of applause with Stephanie, Peter, and Angel. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you very much, John, and thanks to the panel. I have two little notices. So the first one is just an update for the restrooms, the bathrooms. Ladies, you can use one that's to the left and upstairs. But I have one very small favor I want to ask everybody, if we could, before you get coffee, and I know everybody wants a nice coffee. We want to take a group photograph, and at conferences like this, these things can tend to get left to the last minute, but we want to do it right now, and we want to do it on the steps just outside the door. So if we could all go straight out there and take a photograph and then enjoy our coffee, and we're back at 11:45. Hey guys, if you wouldn't mind taking your seats, anybody who's still standing.
Yeah.
Hi, Madeline. Just while we're waiting for people to come back in, just to remind everybody, hashtag climate on culture. If you haven't got your web pass, the guys at the back at the tables have a little Wi-Fi code for everybody. You have to take an individual one. So please feel free to hashtag us and to share on social media, etc. So we've been given the general overall picture about the climate crisis, and we're moving on now to another angle on this whole issue around how cultural institutions shape global climate action and the role that they have to play. So I'd like to hand over to Simge Erdogan O'Connor, who is Irish, we found out, and welcoming her to Galway just to chair this panel, and she's going to introduce the panel to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello, perfect. Thanks, Trevor, and hello, everyone. It's so wonderful to be here. Before I begin, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to Trevor, University of Galway, Paulina, and our wonderful IMID for bringing us here together in beautiful Galway. And I have to say, I'm so proud to be having an Irish last name and being Irish, especially after having been here and seeing this wonderful place and country. Without further ado, I would like to introduce to you our wonderful panelists. We had an amazing opening panel, which I think set us very well for our discussion about the role of cultural institutions, practitioners, and artists in climate action. I will just try to be a moderator who will be worthy as your abundance of experiences and expertise that you bring to this panel. First, we have Marilyn Gaughan-Redden, who is the Chief Executive Officer at Galway Culture Company. She is also a member of the European Union's expert panel for the selection and monitoring of European capitals of culture. Thank you so much for joining us, Marilyn. Next, we have Imanol Galdos Irezabal, who is the director at the Department of Culture of the City of San Sebastian and also visiting scholar at the University of Reno, Nevada. Thank you so much for joining us, Imanol. Then we have Dr. Sasha Prive, who is the Director of Collections and Public Programs at the Aga Khan Museum located in Toronto, Canada. At the same time, since 2022, Sasha has been lead on the IMID Global Leadership Council. And finally, we have Dr. Sarah Smith, who is Associate Professor and Canada Research Chair in Art, Culture, and Global Relations at Western University, located in London, Canada. And she's also a member of IMID's academics and research team. Thank you all so much for joining us. I would like to, if you're ready, just jump right in and begin our wonderful conversation. Just for our audience, we will have a conversational format, and we will open the floor after I ask some questions to audience questions as well. Marilyn, I am hoping you can kick us off, if you don't mind. I'm really hoping maybe you can tell us a little bit about conversation on climate change here in Galway, and maybe share some insights into how local cultural institutions are involved in that conversation and the highlights of that conversations as we need to know.
Thank you so much for having me, agus fáilte go gaile. Sincere thanks to Trevor. Trevor is one of life's true connectors, and he really connects people, and I just want to say he's fantastic. So thanks to Trevor for organising everybody to come to Galway, and I believe a few pints of Guinness might be had later as well, so it is all good. The conversation in Galway is quite an interesting one. We're a net zero city, or at least we're attempting to be. So there's a number of cultural conversations and strategic conversations that are happening at very different levels across the city itself. So just this weekend past, the Festival of Climate took place, the very first Festival of Climate, where communities, artists, cultural activators, local players and researchers came together to activate the city and look at climate. And one of the interesting things that happened was something very simple, taking all the cars out of the city, cross street, middle street, side street, and allowing children to play on the streets of Galway in a very safe way. And it really shows what taking cars out of a space could look like. It really showed how actually we could activate play and how we could activate our streets for children to be safe, and importantly look at decarbonisation. Another project that's underway is called the Air We Share, and it's monitoring emissions from cars in 1/4 of the city. And it's really looking at how those emissions are tracked by researchers here at the university, and then how that research is translated into community art, with artists and communities working together in one small corner of Galway City. I think it's a very important project. It's funded through Creative Ireland through their Climate Action and Culture programme. And I think at national level in Ireland, that's been a very significant milestone in terms of bringing culture and climate together and having that wonderful conversation that we all knew needed to be had. And it's being had now throughout the country on these very, very significant projects. One project I do want to mention, again, it was funded through Culture or Creative Ireland. Some of you may have noticed it last night. It's called Linta na Arga, which means the line of the sea. And it's the light installation at Nimmo's Pier. So when you're walking through the city tonight, I would urge you to please look at this line of light, Linta na Arga, and it shows where the water level will be in 2070. And it's scary. So I have 3 daughters. We live by the sea, just outside the road. And I said to them recently, "Oh, guys, you're so lucky when you inherit this house. You're going to live by the sea." And my 11-year-old turned to me and said, "No, it's going to be underwater. Did you not look at the line?" And that's the effect of art. It provides a visual representation of what's happening and where we're going to go. I'm not worried about my children and their love and respect for the environment, not at all. I'm worried about these generations and the impact that we have on the planet and the mistakes that we need to rectify and make. And culture allows us to have that very wonderful conversation in a very safe space in a way that's inclusive for everyone and participative. Like when I saw the city completely activated during the weekend, and ordinary people having wonderful conversations about the impact of climate on the city in just a very simple way, very, very simple. One project I do want to mention, which is very close to my heart, is a project called Pace Setters. Its origin is here in the University of Galway. It's a 15-member Horizon-funded project with 15 locations throughout Europe, where researchers, academics, scientists, and artists have come together to have a very concrete discussion around climate and culture. We hope to be in a position to maybe do a presentation at the next conference on the outcomes of that project. It's significant because it's one of the largest funded Horizon projects in Europe, and it's on climate and culture, and it's here, and it's across Europe. I don't want to go any further because I know there's lots to talk about, but there's lots to talk about.
There certainly is. Thank you so much for starting us off with these wonderful insights that's happening right here in Galway. And I'm hoping, as my next question, it sparked many ideas, and one of which is how global this issue and also how global the solution is. So I'm hoping next, Imanol, maybe you can take us to San Sebastian and share some insights into what's happening there. Can you tell us a little bit about your organization, Donastia Cultura, and the broader sector in San Sebastian as you see it, and how your organization and the sector respond to climate issue?
Okay. They say the Basque language is the... okay, here. Can you hear me? Okay. They say the Basque language is the most difficult language in the world. I'm not sure. So I try to say, dear grip, and made in wa. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. And you know, when you next to the 60s, you realize that life is short. It's short. When life is short, I try to not to go to repeat the cities and the countries I've been before. But this is my fifth time in Galway. So the last time I was here in 2020, it was the opening ceremony of the Galway European Capital Culture of Galway. And many remember, it was a terrible day. It was a terrible weekend. We have storms, hurricanes, everything was canceled. So climate change, fortunately from 2020 to today, so we have a spectacular day. I'm very lucky to be here. And thanks again to Palina, Sacha, Trevor for the wonderful job you have done. So keep in mind these following numbers. So I work for the Department of Culture in Donostia, San Sebastian, in the north of Spain. Okay, my department, my organization, don't be worried. We are 260 people working in my department. It means that's a large department. This is the second largest department of the city, so we belong to the city. The population of Donostia, of San Sebastian, is 186,000. It's not a big city. The numbers of the numbers of the citizens who are members of Donostia Cultura are 126,000. It means that half of the population of Donostia are committed to culture. I mean, culture is a very important part of our public agenda in Donostia. We organize more than 5,000 events, activities during the year, 5,000. Every day we have 21 events. In few days, for example, on Friday, the International Film Festival will start for 10 days. It's an international event. But I'm not going to talk about what we do, like in actions events. I think the main contribution for my department, for the culture sector in Donostia, is to create a narrative. In the previous panel, you did a good job giving data, but at the end, climate change nowadays is a debate, a political debate. It's a debate that polarizes societies in many ways. So our contribution in Donostia for the culture department is to articulate a narrative and a space of dialogue. Because before I came here, I had a lot of interviews with many departments in the city, in the Basque government, in the different levels of the public administration. And I realized that there's no dialogue even in the people who are in charge of this issue. And then the society can understand sometimes the messages, the narrative of this complicated issue. So our contribution at the end is to create a dialogue space. This is our contribution. I remember, and this is an example, and I will finish now for now. The people who are familiar with the Basque Country, you know that we had a huge problem in the Basque Country for decades, for years, in terms of, we had a violence environment for many years. Hopefully now we are living in a very peaceful climate. But for years, culture sectors play a crucial role, creating in terms of reconciliation, in terms of create a peaceful environment. So I think we have now, culture sector has a wonderful challenge, a wonderful opportunity to create a new narrative. This is our contribution in Donostia, for Donostia Cultura. Yeah.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much for bringing that up, Imanol, because it made me think about the previous panel where our wonderful panelist talks about the shift in museums from storytelling to taking action. And the way you talk about it, you see a similar shift and need in sector as a whole from both changing the narrative and taking action. Which brings me perhaps to my next question, and I'm hoping maybe, Sasha, you can provide some insights into your organization. Aga Khan Museum is a private institution for all of you to know. It's a wonderful museum in Toronto, Canada, and its mission is actually advance global pluralism. And the museum do this through, and you do extensive work with visual artists, performing artists, but of course through more traditional means like collections and programming, which is mostly focused on historic and contemporary Islamic art. Can you tell us how has climate change been approached by your museum, especially in the recent years, and what is happening on a museum level that we need to know about this topic?
Yeah, thank you very much, Simge, and good morning, everybody. It's so wonderful, amazing to be here in Galway. Felt like it's been a long time coming, but it hasn't been a long time, but it's so amazing to be here. Well, let me start by talking a bit more about what the institution is about and then what we're doing in the field of climate change, environmental sustainability, because it's not always that obvious for an institution that is set up in that way to actually delve into those topics. And well, the Aga Khan Museum in Toronto was founded by the Aga Khan, and he is the spiritual leader of the Shia Ismaili Muslims. So he set up a secular museum, secular institution in Toronto to advance the cause of pluralism through the arts, because he had several key concerns: advancement of civil society, pluralism, and education. And all of this within a wider social economic development agenda that is basically brought to the fore through the Aga Khan Development Network, which is active globally to advance these causes. And they're currently also quite heavily active in the field of climate change, because they're looking at how everything sits together holistically. So there's been a huge investment in parks and so on, other kind of efforts, education efforts to really take this agenda on. And for us as a museum that is rooted in art, in an incredible collection of Islamic art, we actually not here through an art for arts purpose, as you might sometimes hear other institutions talking about. Us. We're here to use the art as a catalyst to do something else. And this is to advance pluralism. And we do this, of course, through education, exhibitions, festivals, performing arts. We're also a broadcaster. And in recent years, we have been saying, okay, if it's about pluralism, cross-cultural dialogue, increasing understanding, it has to be a more than human pluralism. It cannot just be about the humans that are, that are understanding each other better or building a better world together. It is more than human. It is about everybody else on the planet. And this is actually neatly captured in the notion of tawhid, unity, in this Islamic philosophy that really looks at the unity of nature and culture. At the same time, it is for us not purely a programmatic matter. It is also an operational matter. And Stephanie mentioned that earlier, that you have to do two things at the same time. You have to talk about it and you have to walk it too. And for us, it means thinking about things like LEED certification, for example. We are part of a pioneering plastic reduction project in Canada for the museum sector. So things like that are really critically important. We're lucky we're sitting in a brand new, just 10-year-old building. So we have a bit of a leg up towards, compared to lots of other organizations. But operationally, it's very important that we actually get our act together and be clean and green. But programmatically, it's also important. And if you think about pluralism through the arts, our primary vehicle is storytelling. Currently, for example, we have an intervention on life on land that specifically backs into the Sustainable Development Goal of the same name, but it takes a long historical view through Islamic art, because there's a lot that thinking from hundreds of years ago, the objects, can actually tell us today. There's a lot that we've missed, a lot that we're ignoring, and there are a lot of historical trajectories that we should be heeding as well. We have done a lot on water, and early this year, to break open a cycle of thinking that, in a way, pretends that nature's another that we have to somehow handle, is we brought together a panel of Islamic experts on water and indigenous experts on water to talk about perspectives of storytelling on water. And we organized this in collaboration with the Global Water Academy of the United Nations Institute of Training and Research. And the idea was really to break open a cycle of thinking about water as that is apart from us. So we're trying to take unified perspectives, trying to engender a mind shift. Because if we don't think about these things differently, we might not act differently. And so most of our work is engendered in that kind of aspect. And this is also happening in our education area, where we teaching the SDGs through the arts, because it's vitally important that we, again, take a historical perspective, bring it right into the present and see what the relevant is, and then do really hands-on work that has lasting impact. So these are some of the things that we are currently working on.
Thank you so much, Sasha. You again, I think, gave me a lot of things to think about, and one of the things that I think that really sparked an idea in me is how actually diverse this work is, how it spreads out from collections to policy development to implicating this in the institutional character itself and making a change as an institution, which on the other hand makes me think about how diverse cultural institutions are. There are small ones, there are big ones, there are large ones, there are public ones, there are privately owned ones, there are federal ones. And I would like to maybe get some insights from you, Sarah, because you bring an academic research perspective to this question, and I know you have an extensive work focused on museum sector as a whole. So can you please share some insights as to what's happening in this sector in the world and what's happening in the area of climate action and change in museums as a whole?
Yeah, absolutely. Can everybody hear me? Yeah. Okay, so in my research at the University at Western Ontario, I'm a part of a research lab called the Center for Sustainable Curating. So I think what's been really great is to pick up on some of the ideas brought up by the first panel, Stephanie, as well as other people speaking alongside me today who've talked about museums as storytellers. In terms of museums and climate change, of course, people are focusing on the powerful narratives, the engagement that museums can bring diversity in audiences to kind of talking about these issues. And we've also heard people talk about infrastructure. So the second component of museums' implication and utilizing resources and needing to rethink their practices. So with the Center for Sustainable Curating, we're really interested in that second part, but going a bit beyond infrastructure in some ways. So we've been thinking a bit about concerns, not just about buildings and HVAC and lighting, but thinking about, say, staffing complements at museums. So I know in Canada, it was probably also more broadly seen in the museum sector, the Royal Ontario Museum, where Sasha was previously affiliated, hired a curator of climate change, which was a very remarkable, interesting step. At the Center for Sustainable Curating, we recently did a survey in 2023 of museums across Canada. So there's, I think, just over 2,500 museums in Canada, and we surveyed about 1,200. And we were asking museum workers, museum staff, what their concerns were around climate change, and also what information they needed to know. And I think what was really striking to us in analyzing this data is there's a couple of things that really rose to the fore. So one, it has to do with the different types of institutions. So Simge, you were talking about different scale and scope and focus and funding. I think small and mid-sized museums have a lot of different challenges in facing climate change and rethinking their practices. You know, of course, this is a resource issue. So we're very interested at the CSC in thinking about how we can work with small and mid-sized institutions, and a lot of what they were searching for was information. So information on best practices, new approaches, and that's something at the CSC that we're trying to do in terms of providing open access toolkits and kind of trying to share information more broadly. So I think in terms of where research interest lies, that's certainly a part of it. And I think I'll leave it there. Yeah.
Okay. And Immanuel, do you have something to add?
Yeah. Do you hear me? Yeah. I think the idea of my institution, the culture sector, is at the end is to be relevant, to be influential. I mean, in the culture sector, sometimes we have the tendency to be like in the periphery, something that it doesn't matter. The ideas, the numbers I share with you, the numbers of the members, the strength of my department, I told you the second largest department, the second largest budget of the city. It means that we want to be relevant in this topic also, not only creating or programming movies or theaters. No, it's about relevant in the society, right? That's the idea I think I wanted to share with you, the relevance, the influential in Donostia, right, in this topic. And we have a potential to do that. Sometimes we don't believe in our potential in talking about the culture institution. Sometimes we don't believe. It's like before I came here, some of my friends, when they asked me, why are you going to Galway? And I say, I am going to talk about climate change. What? You are not, you don't do anything about climate. And I say, yes. I mean, it's culture and climate, I mean, it's part of the same agenda, right? And again, a narrative, because there's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of misinformation in society. I mean, even if there are many plans, there are many documents, there are many strategic plans, at the end, in my city also, many people don't know about anything about climate change. So this is our contribution from the culture sector.
Yeah, you know, that makes me think of something. So one of the things that's come up in our research is, just the need to bring people into these conversations. So something that we've been modeling in some of the exhibitions we do at the CSC is signage that kind of cues audiences to think about the resource impact of the exhibitions they're looking at. So asking them to think about like vinyl signage, asking them to think about lighting. So I think that speaks to your comment about the need to bring everybody into these conversations. It's not just artists, it's not just museum workers, it's bringing the public in.
Thank you both so much. I think picking up on that, it's bringing all of these different actors into the conversation, but also perhaps bringing different levels of engagement into the conversation as well, which I believe brings me to the question of local-global connections when it comes to climate change, because what happens, as we all know, on a local level impacts us on a global level, and what happens on a global level has local implications. And Marilyn, as I'm so lucky to have met you before this panel, I know you have been involved with many organizations, many local cultural organizations, as well as supranational organizations. And I'm really curious to know your experience working at these organizations and how you see these kind of different levels play out in the cultural sector, and how these different organizations help direct conversations about climate change.
Such an easy question.
No pressure.
No pressure. The things that make us local are the things that connect us globally. The things that affect us locally, you know, are the things that affect every city and every town across Europe and the world. This week I was supposed to be in Poland on the assessment for the European Capitals of Culture, and 2 of those towns are underwater. So, you know, it's devastating to see the impact of climate in the area. And, you know, the European Union is doing a vast amount of work in this space. For 3 years, I've sat on the expert panel for Capitals of Culture at the European Commission. I've, you know, assessed more than 60 cities. I've read their bid books. I have a really sad life. I read cultural strategies for my bedtime reading. But what I have seen is that, as opposed to the SDGs and the pillars within the SDGs being a pillar in a bid book or in a cultural strategy, they're now the core. They're the absolute core of the work across these cities in Europe. And I think that that's been a huge change. But also policy follows funding. And from a European funding perspective, I'm currently working with the New European Bauhaus. You know, and the New European Bauhaus, with the new facility being launched next year, will see a vast amount of funding go into that area through Horizon, which local and national organizations can and should apply for. And it really brings that conversation on culture and climate together, reducing, reusing, recycling, looking at the circular economy and how we can impact that through the voice of culture and Europe's Green Deal. So I've seen a vast change in how cities and towns and countries are approaching the discussion around culture from a funding perspective. Even we do a lot of assessments in relation to some of the European funds, and what I've noticed is that the marking and scoring has changed dramatically in the last 5 years. So where climate and sustainability would have been maybe 10% on some of the larger funds, it's now 50 and 60%. So the European Union is doing a vast amount of work in this space. And I do want to reference one cultural strategy that I did read, and I think it's going to be really interesting, because as you know, yesterday Ursula von der Leyen presented her new team for the next 5 years. And Glenn Milcalf from Malta has been assigned the DG for culture. And it's now, I have to read it out, culture is now linked with intergenerational fairness, youth and sport within the same commission portfolio. He's, apart from the fact that he's the youngest ever appointed at only 35, I'm really, really interested because the Malta national cultural policy is so embedded around sustainability and climate and human rights and cultural human rights that this is going to be a really interesting shift, I think, for the European Commission over its term in the next 5 years. Policy follows funding, funding follows policy. So let's watch this space. And as somebody who's very active in Europe and very active in designing some of these projects and funds and assessing some of these projects and funds, the trend is only going one way, and it's going in a good direction. It's going towards better and more informed and more strategic conversations. I can't emphasize enough the role that the universities across Europe are playing in this conversation. And I'm really proud to be sitting here in the University of Galway, and I'm delighted that tomorrow you get to go to the Atlantic Technological University, because the work that our two universities here in Galway are doing at a European and global level really needs to be acknowledged, and a big shout out to the teams here who really are at the forefront of what they're doing, and Pace Setters is just a really good example of that as a Horizon funded project. I would really urge everyone to engage with the EIT. There are 9 kicks. The new kick for culture and creativity will be announced in the coming weeks. The new kick for water is now active, and how the kicks integrate and activate each other is really, really important. So I can't summarize Europe in 4 minutes, but I think in terms of the policy shift, I find it hugely interesting. And local cultural organizations are playing their part right across Europe in how they are partnering on these European opportunities and funds. And none are more active than the capitals of culture in terms of trying to bring those and knitting those at a local level and at a European level. And there's lots of mistakes being made, but I think let them make the mistakes, but at least make some action, at least take some action. And that's what's really important. And I do also want to, just on the note of education, I have a daughter who's just going into the junior cert cycle, so it's like the younger set of Irish exams. And a few weeks ago, our Minister for Education announced a new subject called Climate and Sustainable Development for the Leaving Cert cycle. So my daughter will be the first generation of students in Ireland to study climate and sustainable development in secondary school. So these, the government are now planning for jobs that are going to be in this sector, planning for the next generation. And it's just a fantastic, I feel like we're at a really interesting time in Ireland, and I think Ireland is really playing ball at a European level. I think that we're far better than we think we are. We're very hard on ourselves. We had this conversation earlier, but there's a lot of very good and very engaging work taking place at a local level that's having a real impact at a European level.
That's truly inspiring, actually. Thank you so much for sharing that, because what's happening on local level directly impacting the European level is, I think, the real power, because it comes from local and then it spreads to global. And it's wonderful to know that all of this work, wonderful work being done in Ireland. And I'm curious about the links, perhaps.
Oh, but I will mention one word
Sure, of course.
that I don't like, glocal. It's a made-up word, and everybody's using it. Yeah. Global, local. They're two different things. Let's not use it. It doesn't make any sense. Glocal, not a word. And I hear this word at meetings, even in the European Commission, and I'm just going, please, 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 no. But what I do want to hear is your pronunciation in Irish again, Manuel, because that was just brilliant.
Okay.
Maybe, Emmanuel, you can tell us those local and global two different things. Engagements that are impacting Basque diaspora, which is one of the world's most active diaspora. And how do you see those dynamics, climate change and diaspora plays on local and global levels?
This is a very interesting question. You know, John Peter's part and Alice are part of the Basque diaspora in the state. Yeah, we have a really active diaspora, very strong diaspora. But 2 weeks ago, we celebrate the Basque Diaspora Day. It's celebrated everywhere in the world, but the main celebration was in my hometown in the Basque Country. So we have a new president of the Basque Country, a very young guy. His name is like me, Imanol. He gave a really interesting speech about a new policy toward diaspora. Like in any field, diaspora has new challenges for the future, and the Basque diaspora has new challenges. So he mentioned like new goals, right? I think in the last 40 years, the relationship between our diasporas, because I think we have to talk about different diasporas. We don't have only one. We have different diasporas everywhere. In South America, we have diasporas in Europe, we have obviously the diaspora in the States. So we have different diasporas. But I say, and the last 40 years, our relationship between homeland and diaspora were based more in culture, language, identity. Now we have to incorporate new agendas between diaspora and the homeland. And definitely, climate change has to be part of this new agenda. So the goal, I mean, the challenge is how we can operate between the different visions about climate change in diasporas and the homeland, because there are different options. And I respect all the visions, but how we can incorporate this new topic in the new agenda. I have to be very clear, you know, and John knows that, usually the relationship between diaspora and homeland, we avoid to talk about politics and this kind of thing, and it's normal. I mean, it's because we have to get together. So climate change definitely is a topic that it's polarized in some ways, but I am very optimistic about that. I think we have an opportunity to, I think the most important challenge is to incorporate new voices, new people. My son, he's 25, he's part of the new diaspora. He lives abroad. So we have to incorporate these new voices to the new policy, right? So this is the challenge, right? How we can act together, diaspora and homeland, in this topic also. This is not easy, but it's, we have to try. I think we can't work like in the past, right? Talking only about, you know, culture, identity, which is good, but I mean, climate change is right there, and we have a global strategy, and definitely diaspora is our partner for the Basque Country. It's a very important, crucial partner for the future.
That's really thought-provoking what you said, that diaspora located in the central position in driving that change and development, and knowing that in the museum sector especially, right, because our audience groups are being so diverse as they are, who come through our museums, this is, I think, adding another layer of opportunity and challenge for both, for all cultural institutions, museums or arts organizations. And perhaps I want to ask a joint question, if that's okay for you, Sasha and Sarah, because your work is kind of, I see them interconnected. How do you see, like, as we know, cultural institutions and artists are becoming more and more active when it comes to climate change and activism. And can you comment on the importance of this work within the museum and art sector? And how do you see this, what do you think this work that they're doing right now lead us moving forward?
Yeah, let me begin by maybe, oh yeah. I take this one in the meantime. Let me take a step back and maybe start with a somewhat depressing bit.
Please do.
Now, the museum sector specifically is the brick and mortar embodiment of the nature-culture divide coming out of Western thought. Of course, this has led to the many extractive industries and the way of treating culture that has led to this predicament. But why I'm saying this is because we have put into concrete, into institution, that division of labor between nature and culture. We have art museums, we have this museum, history museums on, then we have your science museums, your agricultural museums, your natural science museums, and so on. Every very specific. I think only the universities match the museum sector in terms of the fine-grained disciplinary division into the various fields. And that is a challenge because it puts the sector on a path dependency. And it's actually the nature side of this division of labor that has taken biodiversity, climate change, and so on by the horns. Don't show whether you read recently, but the Natural History Museum in London has now shared this new vision on new galleries and squarely said all of this is designed around climate change and betterment of the future. Natural History Museums for a long time have been reading themselves into that agenda, making it their raison d'etre to capture the biodiversity, to leading into the collection, into the study of biodiversity and so on. The same for climate change. On the other side of the division of labor, it's been a somewhat more glacial process to accept that maybe programmatically there should be this encroachment of sciences and so on that that are the historical domain of other part of the sector. Always feel that there is this division of labor is so strong, keep people into their lanes rather than doing what we should be doing is engender that mind shift to say actually nature-culture divide is a concept that hasn't served us really well. We should think about how we can bridge those disciplinary divides in the very least, and I've been starting to use the term transdisciplinarity to get there, because in a place like Canada, it helps us also to fully bring to bear indigeneity and other ways of knowing that have much more powerful ways of undermining. But it's very difficult to do because it essentially pulls the rug out from under our feet, and that's super hard to do. But this kind of needs to happen. So that's a depressing bit, saying that the foundations are not so strong. However, we have a unique opportunity as a sector because we have a massive non-renewable resource if squandered, which is public trust. Compared to politicians, compared to the news media and so on, museums still enjoy a lot of trust by the public. Has been shown by study after study and actually has improved recently as well. And so that means if we get into these topics and start public engagement efforts in earnesty, without politicizing them too much, we might actually have a chance to change hearts and minds. But of course, trust is also non-renewable because once squandered, it's gone and difficult to rebuild. So we have a unique opportunity right now, but it's also a very delicate moment. And so for us, it's going back to thinking about how can as a sector, yes, walking the walk, yes, we do operational stuff, but how can we embrace this from a storytelling perspective through the arts, cross-sectorally, to really engender these small steps to maybe engender action. It's not about, did we talk about this earlier, but it's not about preaching and doom and gloom. I think we're beyond the doom and gloom. People are getting fatigued now around this. It's about how can what we talk about engender small step of individual and network change. And that's why I think the conversations that we're having these 3 days are so important, because we're going to be thinking beyond our disciplines, beyond our sectors.
And I want to add in, because I think, institutions have a lot of baggage. There's certainly these divisions, and I think artists are a key actor who has a lot of agency to disrupt. Artists are provocative. Artists want to break boundaries, break divisions. Artists are not tied, though they're deeply, they work with institutions, but artwork is not tied to institutions. We've been talking about that wonderful example of a public artwork down by the Spanish Arches here in Galway. So I think I would offer, I would say let's shine the spotlight on artists, because I think that they can spark new conversations. And one thing I've been really interested in is the affective or emotional response that people have to artwork, that kind of connection that it can spark. And we've heard about climate change as a wicked problem. We've heard about people feeling kind of both like overwhelmed or this idea of a shutdown response when it comes to grappling with this. But artworks, through that effective engagement with audiences, have this opportunity to kind of bridge that. And so in an upcoming exhibition that I'm working on, a curatorial project, we're interested in looking at works by artists that seek to get beyond fear or grief or despair and engage a bit more in ideas of wonder or kind of emotional responses that might offer a bit more of an optimistic or generative avenue. And so one artist I wanted to put on everybody's radar who does work I think is offers a really helpful example here is an Edmonton-based artist who's based in Alberta, Canada, Christina Battle. And what I think is really interesting about her work is very much based in research. So she collaborates a lot with people in the sciences. She's actively using a lot of data. For instance, so she does work in video and in textiles, but it might be textile representations of air quality data. And I think that people kind of come to these works and they're very playful, they're very colorful, and then upon learning a bit more, they kind of can then get at the underlying research information behind them. And something else that she does that I think is worth mentioning that a lot of artists do is, of course, works that are relational, so engaging in community, inviting active participation. So she has a project in which she creates seed packet kits, and these are seeds to be grown in specific regions, so in West Ontario, where there's been some petrochemical damage in the soil. So these are plants that are specifically designed to help. I wrote down the word because I was worried I wouldn't remember it. So it's phytoremediation. So these are seed packets that she mails out to people, and they're freely available. And then what they do is they're able to plant these seeds, and they return to the artist a map of their own creation showing where these seeds are in their local communities. So I think, of course, this in terms of shifting the needle for remediating the environment, sure, very small impact, but in terms of bridging communities, building awareness, and also generating kind of joy and excitement on the part of audiences, it shows a lot of potential.
And the way you talked about the emotional response, I think wonderfully, before we turn to our audience for audience questions, to the way you opened us by telling us your experience with your daughter and how she reacted after seeing this artwork, right? And I think it really cycles back us, and I think brings us very well to this concluding point of emotional response and the awareness and change it creates within us. Now I would like to turn to our wonderful audience and open it up for questions. Are there any questions for our panelists? Yes.
Hello, hello. Oh, there we go. Thank you all for your time and your work. Talking about climate on culture and bringing in the last session, there's definitely this intersection between physical structures and social structures. And so my question is, what challenges and responsibilities do cultural institutions and practitioners have with this physical social intersection going forward?
I want to jump in. I think a responsibility that artists, culture workers, cultural institutions has is transparency. So more transparency around their practices, which I think could lead to like an opening up of discussion. So I would put that forward.
Emmanuel, do you have anything to add?
You hear me, right? I like the term as such. I use trust, credibility. I think this is the key for culture institutions. That's why in the beginning of my speech, I put some of the numbers, right? The numbers of the people on Donostia who engage with my organization. It means it means definitely that people in Donostia really believes, has trust in my organization, which is wonderful. I mean, I think my organization is the largest, no culture institution, the largest institution in the Basque Country by numbers, more than soccer teams, more than every. So this is the key: trust, credibility. I think this is the key, right? Transparency. And such as is something that is true. I mean, there's a kind of people really disappointed with politicians. So now it's time for the culture institution. I think we have, that's what I said, the potential to open new spaces and new opportunities, and definitely a space for dialogue. I think we have the opportunity to get together different visions, different in climate change also. I mean, I think the current division about climate change is the reality, but we have to face this division also. I think we have the responsibility to create new spaces for conversation. That's the, yeah.
And maybe to add to that, actually, I want to dog on to something that Stephanie raised in the previous session, because it speaks to that in some ways. Whether, for me, it's about whether institutions are embracing this, because when you made your comment, I thought, well, it's actually about purpose. But the question is whether institutions are embracing the sense of purpose. And when Stephanie mentioned the redefinition, the new definition of what a museum is by ICOM, she didn't talk about the thorny path to even get there. I mean, this is what was on screen, where sustainability was luckily mentioned, was previously a very different shape. And there was a huge fight in the museum sector to get to this somewhat watered down definition that is that is not as fully pushing museums into, we've got to be a voice for change. The first definition was very much out there, saying we got to embrace this moment, we need to be there, we need to make change, we need to deal with all of these things and all these challenges. Huge pushback in the sector, saying that is far too ambitious, far too political for our standards. And so we landed on this, which still embraces some of these qualities, but maybe doesn't push far enough for many people. And so my worry is that the sector might not be quite ready yet to embrace this as fully as it needs to.
Marilyn, do you have anything to add? Especially, I'm really curious to know, building up on that question, the challenges that you see here, specifically in Galway or Ireland in general for the sector.
Yeah, well, part of the challenges are policy and funding. So, for example, national cultural policy, local cultural policy, depending on how the SDGs are embedded in that policy, that responds to the funding that's provided. Most museums in Ireland are publicly funded. So there's a huge challenge in terms of working with experts in the area of climate to respond to that from an artistic or cultural perspective in a way that's meaningful and in a way that makes sense. And that's some of the challenge that some of my colleagues face at the moment. It's finding the right people who have that knowledge and expertise and are willing to collaborate, which is why the project in Westside is actually so important, because it's a really good example of the local authority, the university, the local community and local artists working together, responding to a policy, responding to a public funding call. So, you know, public funding in Ireland is still, in my opinion, a little bit behind in that we follow geography and sector a bit too much. You know, would we have a cultural council rather than 5 councils responsible for art and culture in the country? Probably yes. Would I like to see a little bit more of a move towards what they're doing in other European countries? Probably yes. Yes, I would actually. I'd love to see what they're doing in Malta. I think it's really interesting. So look, policy and funding, that's where it starts. You know, publicly funded entities need to respond to policy and funding, and if the policy isn't right, the funding doesn't follow. So that's where we're at, and that's a challenge.
That's incredibly important. Are there any other questions? Perfect. Actually, I can just give my microphone.
Yes, and thank you for that additional context in terms of the history of how a lot of these statements and reports come out, they're quite often a little bit watered down than what many would say. But my question for all of you is, I'm curious, as someone who teaches in the public humanities and also in environmental studies, I've struggled with how I interpret and understand and find meaning in climate protests in museums and areas of the cultural sector, trying to balance the significance of that, why the protesters choose these spaces, and also how museums might contend with that. I'm curious what your thoughts are on the controversial practice of protesting, climate protest in museums and with artwork. What are your thoughts on that?
I think both have opinions on that one.
Yeah, I do have lots of opinions on this. I mean, thank you so much for that question. I think my research really focuses on North America and Canada, and in the Canadian context, I mean, there's been long-standing protests. So the one that comes to mind for me, of course, is by artist Rebecca Belmar, her artifact piece, this is from, I think, 1987, and it was a boycott around an exhibition called The Spirit Sings, which was sponsored by Shell, so it was boycott by the Lubricon Cree. So this is not, I think when people think about protest in museums, they're thinking about people splashing paint on works, or they're thinking about activist organizations like Liberate Tate. Like these issues, especially pertaining to sponsorship, are quite global. But I find a lot of optimism in those histories. I mean, I think one of the things we keep talking about today is this is not new. This has been happening. I think there have been quite a lot of protests, as I noted, against museums. But I often museums respond. These protests raise public awareness. I do feel that they showed their way of dialogue, their way of engagement, and I think that they do shift the needle. It's not always apparent immediately, but they kind of, I find a lot of hope, and I find students very excited by them, as they should be.
Yeah, thanks for this question. So yeah, let me stay with Campbell soup on French Impressionists for a moment. So my answer to this is challenge accepted, because in the end, this is to me, at least it reads like, why would you take a museum? Probably because the museums, at least those institutions that have been affected, are seen as the societal elite, the one that is not listening, the one that's not responding, the one that's not moving. So it might be embroiled in that sort of understanding, and that's a huge there's a huge gap between that perception and what we could be doing. So that's why I said challenge accepted, because it is a call to action, actually, to say, okay, we are not those institutes. I mean, museums for the past, is it now 40 years, 50 years, depending when you start counting. I mean, the call to really step down from the pedestal has been a long and ongoing one, achieved in some quarters, not achieved in all quarters, but certainly continues to be a challenge. And this reminds us that, yes, public perception is still of these institutions be elitist institution that might not be doing the work that needs to be doing. And so I accept that challenge.
But I think too, just to jump in, it shows you how the museums are sitting at this like very interesting site between the state and civil society, and that's why they're in these contested discussions.
Manuel, do you want one more to get? No? Okay.
Hi. I just wanted to pick up on the issue of trust, and one of the things that we have seen as well in some of the reports that they've highlighted, that the trust is extremely high within museums as institutions, which is wonderful. But at the same time, the perception is that museums are still very neutral, that they don't take a stance. And I suppose there's an element where we see us, I think the last American Association of Museums report actually noted that the trust kind of dropped when people perceived that the museum had a bias or was taking a stance or was sharing an opinion. And I just wonder how we navigate that. I think transparency is probably part of that, which you mentioned as well. But I just wonder, is there any, how do we actually navigate that? How do we present, particularly, because I think still in some parts of the world, for example, climate action is still quite polarized, and it's still viewed as something that is being politicized with a capital P. So I just wonder how you see that kind of dynamic working.
Well, I like to distinguish. Thank you for this question. That's a very pertinent one. I like to distinguish between being political and being neutral. I actually like to. I'm happy to be a non-partisan. Actually, this is the term that I actually embrace, but doesn't mean I'm not political. Every decision in a museum is a political decision, and it's just not partisan. And so that's part of the balancing act here. And it depends really how this is done. Museums tend to be on the more risk-averse side of institutions. That's why change is so glacial, usually, at least perceived. I mean, in some other, once at the Royal Ontario Museum, a colleague came in from media and said, "Oh my God, you guys are not moving at all." I said, "Yes, well, in your world, it's probably correct that we are slowly evolving, hopefully in the right direction, but we're slowly evolving." But and it's been but this problem of how can you take a stance on something or try to push in one direction without losing your trust is a very delicate one. But it goes back into how you structure educational engagement, what the learning outcomes are, and it's often how do you structure any sort of engagement with the objects and so on. I think that's where it is. That's where it lies, and there's lots of ways to do it without having to take a stand. At my museum, for example, we don't do the soapbox. We don't jump on every issues and current affairs because that's not where the immediate change is. Our view is always on light at the end of the tunnel. What is the long-term change you want to make in society? Let's systematically work to achieve that goal. That means thinking about, okay, how are we gonna curate panels? What are the artists we're going to bring in, and why these versus others, and so on? What are the stories we're going to tell, and what are the learning outcomes? How all these things hang together to create a bigger picture that is beyond the current moment towards a bigger goal. If you were jumping on every single moment just because it's the thing of the day, I think we would be squandering a lot of trust. And museums have done this actually in the past years. They have been posting things, and they've actually been hit by this because they have not actually followed up with systemic change. If you follow what you say with systemic change, and your board looks different, or your hiring structure changes, or whatever it is, then you actually have a chance to regain the trust, but also to be out there with certain opinions.
Something that before we start wrapping up, I wonder, Marilyn and Emmanuel, do you see these kind of topics or issues of trust, transparency, being neutral or not? How do these play out in other cultural institutions, do you think, other than museums? Are these issues similar? Do you have any insights as to what's happening in the other institutions when it comes to these very important matters?
No, I mean, for me, even like such as we had society, even in Donostia, the engagement of citizens to culture is so high. It's still the perception in many segments of society is that culture is something elitist. That's the perception. And our goal is try to be neutral. I mean, what does it mean to be neutral, right? Definitely every activity, everything in culture is political. It doesn't mean that it's something related to political parties. I mean, everyone has our personal vision, but it's try to try to get spaces for everyone. So, like in Donostia Cultura, we have our bosses from different political parties, from the right to the left. I mean, we have 6 political parties in the city. So, I mean, I am a public servant. I mean, we are public servants. So, we have to understand all the visions. We have to understand even the visions who don't understand or who are against the climate change. I mean, that's my responsibility. I mean, I don't probably understand the vision, but my responsibility is to try to convince them and to try to bring to the dialogue, right? So, but it's hard. It's always it's a challenge, right? I don't really understand when people try to be neutral. Neutral, what does it mean, right? I mean, because at the end you have to make a decision. You have to make a position, right? So that's something is challenges every day. Yeah.
Ariel, do you have anything to add? Well, the Irish context is unusual because most museums and galleries and art centres are actually owned by the local authorities. So, hello politics. You know, the very practical instance in Clare where there was a wonderful sculpture commissioned and the local councillors didn't like it and had it removed. So, you know, that's just a reality. I would say that certainly there's a very strong attempt for these spaces to remain as politically neutral as possible. You know, and there are very few instances of political interference, but at the end of the day, they are publicly owned, publicly run by public servants who typically are local authority employees. So it's a slightly different space. You know, you look at Galway City Museum, it is owned and run by Galway City Council. So yeah, I think it's hard to remove the politics from the practice. But trust is a huge word, and I think trust has to come from all sides, not just one side. And I would like to think that the museum is a safe space for conversation, a safe space for exhibition, a safe space for engagement, and a safe space for communication. That's what museums should be, and that's the way it ought to be. And I'd like to think that that's how it is in Galway City Museum, as just a local practical example.
What a great way to, and hopeful and more positive note to end things. I would like to thank to all of our wonderful panelists for sharing their cultural practitioner perspectives, because what makes our panel, I guess, special is we had a topic of cultural institutions. All of our panelists have the experience. Thank you all so much for being with us. And thank you all so much for bearing with us and listening to us. I really hope you enjoy your lunch and looking forward to more conversation.
Okay, thank you to Simge and to the panel. So it's been a very thought-provoking morning, lots of food for thought, and I know you're all thinking of food. Just before we finish, Cormac, we do have just one or two things I might like to mention. I think rightfully so, University of Galway has been given great praise for the work they're doing around sustainability. So you might put up the slide there, Cormac, for me. So just to let you know that there's an event happening in the University of Galway this week as well, around their SDG Week 2024, celebrating the UN Sustainable Development Goals on campus. So there's a huge amount, there's a very strong team here on the campus who are working really, really hard, and Stephanie has alluded to it as well, the great work and the research being done and the recognition being given from our government to the university as well to continue that work. So they've asked us to, anybody who's around the campus who's interested to have a look at what they're doing, and if you have the time to take part in some of their events. And you might just move on there, Cormac, to the next one if you don't mind. So as well as that, myself and Marilyn are both members of Galway Chamber, and there's a couple of other members in the audience, so thanks for coming. And Galway Chamber as well, so it's really interesting to see that it was mentioned, Stephanie again mentioned, I think, about private institutions taking the lead on SDG and on sustainability, etc. And Galway Chamber are doing that as well, and they're organising, for anybody who's based here in the local area, they're organising a professional networks event. So again, if anybody's interested, they're more than welcome to attend that. So I think you deserve your lunch break. Thank you so much for being such an attentive audience. Thanks to all our speakers and our panels so far. We've got lots more to come, so make sure to come back for 2 o'clock. So we have lunch available on the left. You'll be able to get out into the fresh air, enjoy the sunshine a little bit, but try and be back for 2 o'clock, and we're going to be starting again promptly at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Pleasure to welcome you back this afternoon. And before I really get going, I would like to extend a tremendous gratitude to Trevor and his team at Tejikara and the University of Galway team. You've done an amazing job. We feel so welcome, so well taken care of, and everything's going so well. Thank you so much for everything. Now, for this afternoon session, it's still Trevor's rules from earlier. So mobile phones on silence, please. If you're on social media, please use the hashtag #ClimateOnCulture. There still might be a few spots left for the cooking session on Friday. If you haven't signed up yet, I would encourage you to do so at the registration desk. And since these sessions are live streamed, I also extend a warm welcome back to our online audiences. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. As before, for the Q&A, mics will go around, but we're also going to field questions from the online audience. Now, for our first session for this afternoon on how climate affects communities, mental health, resilience, and adoption, I'd like to welcome the chair of the session, Elke Schor-Tullak, who is, in her other day job, chair of the board of directors of IMET, but also, when she gets time to do so, when she's not doing things for IMET, the Administrator of Public Health and State Health Officer for Idaho. Welcome to you, Elke.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sasha. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Does it sound... Is that on?
Technical error, probably, sorry. So thank you very much for the warm welcome. We're very excited for this presentation. We had an amazing opportunity to have the panel sessions previous to ours that set a really wonderful framework for what we want to talk about today. And we have my two esteemed colleagues here. I'm going to introduce them in just a moment, but wanted to tell you a little bit about the style in which we're going to do this panel. It's not a traditional panel. We're going to basically do a series of 3 presentations. I will show you that in just one moment. I got to figure out which direction I'm going. Or am I shooting the clip? Okay. Phew. Technology is my worst fear. Great. First off, I wanted to say that we don't have anything to disclose with our presentation. We have several learning objectives today that we want to make sure that we go through. We want to talk about the climate of the environment, how it impacts food production, crops. We want to examine how climate can impact fear and resilience. We want to explore climate as health or ill health in the context in which we're going to be describing it. And kind of wrap up our session talking about the human flourishing model and how we can best support that. Kind of giving you this as a teaser because what we really hope to be able to do is encourage you to participate in our workshop that is going to happen on Friday morning, where we want to sort of unpack this further and get input from you all on maybe some suggestions on how we can make some of these changes. So today, the way that we'll walk through this format is it's done in 3 parts. We are going to talk about the climate of the environment, its impacts on people and needing to move as a result, and the effects it has on mental and physical health. Part 2, I'll do another introduction, the climate of fear, resistance, and resiliency. Talk about how climate change can impact sort of mental health, how people are talking about that in the context of place, how it impacts their ability to respond and react. And then part 3, the climate as ill health as it relates to mental health and physical health. And the duality of toxic stress from being diaspora and navigating that internal climate and external climate in the sense of the changing climates. So without further ado, I want to introduce my panelists here, my speakers. To my immediate left is Ansam Siddiqui. He's a native of the Democratic Republic of Congo. He's the executive director of the Children's Home Society of Idaho that operates the Warm Springs Counseling Center in Boise, the capital of Idaho. The center provides mental and behavioral health care services to children. He holds his master's degree in internal affairs from Columbia University and a bachelor's degree in social work from Idaho State University. Prior to joining the Children's Home, he worked in various capacities within the United Nations Development Program for 12 years.
Next up is Julie Altman. She's PhD, is Dean of the College of Graduate Studies, Professor of Family and Community Medicine, and Director for the Medical Ethics and Humanities Program, College of Graduate Studies at Northeast Ohio Medical University, where she directs and teaches several courses in clinical ethics, research ethics, and the medical humanities. Dr. Altman is a clinical ethicist, ethics and humanities scholar, and a philosopher and cognitive scientist by training. Besides research, she loves teaching students at all levels and being a role model to future doctors, lawyers, and graduate scholars. She has, my favorite part, 2 border collies, Sky and Stormy, and loves hiking and running with them. So I'm going to skip forward here, and I'm going to set the stage a little bit for this first part, so climate of the environment. First off, we like the ability to have flexibility in this, and that there's many ways we sort of play on the words related to climate of the environment. We'll give you some a little less context than you got about climate change in the previous sessions, but we wanted to be able to talk a little bit more about what that may mean to people's ability to move, that concept of place. And so the way we'll structure this is Anselm will give his presentation part of it first, and then Dr. Altman will follow, and then we'll kind of move to the next session. So I'm going to keep my remarks brief, and I'm going to turn it over to Anselm for the next section.
Thank you, Elke. Thanks everybody for being here today. It's definitely a pleasure to be in Galloway, my first time ever in Ireland. So what a fantastic place to be, and certainly what a nice place to organize this conference actually on climate on culture. I couldn't have imagined any other place to organize such a very important topic. I just want to a little bit touch on the previous actually presenters and what they presented, especially Angel, for the statistics and data and whatnot, because I thought, at some point I felt like I'm done. I don't have anything else to say, and she was very convincing. And I think all of you were already convinced, but at the same time, I realized, well, we are all here, but what we are saying here, we are preaching to the choir. How about those who actually do not believe those data and that information? How do we get to them? And so I figured, yes, there is a lot that we had today, but I wanted to focus a little bit more on more concrete examples, actually, of really what is happening on the ground. Yes, we know there's a lot of data and research that has been done, and quite convincingly, nobody could just deny that climate change is affecting lives and livelihoods all over the world. But to someone in Zimbabwe currently who their rivers have dried up already, there's a village actually in northern Zimbabwe where people now have been displaced because of the drought that has affected the entire southern Africa. There is 70 million people affected currently in southern Africa. As a matter of fact, they have even declared a state of emergency. So to them, do they really care what happens if the information doesn't get to them, or if it gets to them, what do they do? We have quite a huge typhoon in Vietnam right now that it's decimating the area, and people are just being displaced. Well, sometimes people don't understand that, those on the ground actually, they are completely desperate. They don't know where to go, what to do, and usually that is exactly what is happening with the climate change, because all these events are causing people to wonder, where do we go, and what do we do, and where do they get this information? We have seen events like tsunami. We have seen events like Hurricane Katrina that completely just almost destroyed New Orleans. But there are so many other sort of weather triggered events that are completely just destroying the livelihoods of people. And today, you remember exactly what is happening in California, the fires and properties being destroyed. The fires in Canada that has contributed to quite a huge greenhouse emission. Apparently, it's the worst, in decades in the world. It has probably higher than what, all industrialized countries can emit actually so in a sense, there is data, there is research being done. How do we translate that into action so that we can help actually areas, regions that are more affected? I think John Peter did touch on the fact that most of developing countries are the ones that are really being much more affected, while they have not really been the ones contributing a lot to the greenhouse emission. And so we need to look at the equity in terms of resources. How do we facilitate that in order for some of these countries to be able to actually take care of themselves and be able to actually mitigate the impact of climate change. So it's a reality on the ground. When John talked about South Sudan, I remembered 15 years ago, I was in South Sudan when that was happening, actually. River Nile flooded an entire region in northern Bahar Ghazal, and there were hundreds of people who died in that flooding because of the impact of rain that they had never seen before. So these are reality on the ground, and to them, climate change is real, and it's really affecting lives. So for those who cannot believe it, I think we need to find a way to convince everybody that it's really real and it's affecting people. Thank you.
So as you saw on the previous slide, we have data, and you guys are contributing to that. Wonderful presentations this morning. And so when we look at this particular data and then it's translated into these examples, the academics, our scholars, are working with the data, but then what is actually happening? What do people see? So one example that was actually advertised through the UN that trickled down to some of US communities. Part of my work is also working with refugees and asylum-seeking individuals. And so when I have the boots on the ground, so to speak, or in the trenches, I'm hearing these stories, these narratives. And so this was one that the UN had given as an example for people to realize the impact. Now, you have three bulleted pieces of information here. A grandfather that is one of the refugees among thousands. Floodwaters broke. He had 10 minutes to evacuate. Of course, there's only a single story, and it's only part of the story. What we don't often get from these particular perspectives are the actual emotional, physical impact, the mental health aspects that trickle down. We get tidbits, we get information, but how do we actually understand the greater impact to the individuals involved and the community at large and the states, the countries, and beyond? So when I've been working with individuals coming from a variety of regions, Pakistan folks that have been coming into Ohio, I also work with Nepali-speaking Bhutanese, and I'll talk a little bit more about that population. But I've been working primarily at the US-Mexico border and really focusing on the Northern Triangle refugees, but refugees coming from actually all over the world. They're going up through Brazil, all the way through Mexico to the US-Mexico border. Working with individuals from Pakistan to Congo to Guatemala. And so the variety of individuals and their perspectives is just overwhelming because everybody's trying to seek shelter, the basic human rights that they deserve, and they're all coming from different situations. So when we look at the definition of refugee and the climate change impact on displaced persons. I love the fact that our panelists this morning mentioned this. We're getting there. The definition of refugee does not include displaced persons due to environmental changes. And I'm so glad that you brought that out, because even the UN, UN Refugee Agency is recognizing that their own definitions are broken in the fact that there are so many individuals that are displaced due to climate change. And right now, I can tell you firsthand knowledge, it is a challenge even getting individuals refugee status with the definitions that the UN focuses on, which is persecution, war, basically violent crimes against the individual, everything from drug trafficking to rape to incest and so forth. When it comes to climate change alone, many individuals are at the border still, or they are displaced in ways that there is no safety, and there's no safety net. So the individuals that I work with from Pakistan have been, some of them have been resettled if they can prove that they have been persecuted in some way. They were not resettled based on the fact that they've experienced floodwaters. And so the narratives are starting to shift where, yes, the UN is recognizing the climate change impact. They actually came up with the strategic framework for climate action. But yet, because they're not changing the definitions, resettlement agencies across the world are saying, nope, we're closing our borders off to you. Or we're actually closing off even aid and refugee aid, because by definition, you are not a refugee. So they're in this limbo where they're unable to get just the basic needs, shelter, food, appropriate water. And at that border that I've been working at, it's Matamoros actually, Mexico, I'm seeing so many individuals that are coming because of climate change and not strictly by definition of refugee alone.
I almost started talking without my microphone. I'm going to encourage us all to put our microphones up as well. So in thinking about this section, we initially started our conversations about what can be predicted. Is there some way that there's like a predictive model that would say, oh, climate change is going to impact Pakistan in this way in 10 years, and start preparing communities for that, and to alleviate that stress and burden, or help shift how resources are placed in communities. And hopefully research will bring some of those things to bear at some point in the future. But we kept thinking, if we knew more about what is predictable and where, that we could better support people and that are forced to react to climate change. We could better give them build the resiliency within themselves to leave their homes, to move someplace else, or build that resilience in that community. But really, we also talked about, as we were planning this, to recognize that people and persons and communities impacted by climate change, leaving their home is not what they want to do. We all know that. I mean, we've talked from the beginning about, populations moving and migration. It's part of who we are as human beings and constantly on the move. But home is always very, very important to all of us, and wanting to have that sense of place and home and returning to home. But if home is gone, it has significant impacts on you and your mental health. We talked about bringing those climate experts into the communities and having those conversations, community by community if possible, to help the public, the people within those places, to help them see and make what seems to be unpredictable more predictable. So there is work moving this way, but of course we need to expand that more and kind of all have that mindset. And then, of course, this is all can translate into mental health impacts, and our next section is really going to dive a little bit deeper into that. And how can we translate what we're working on to build that resiliency, whether that's skill building in the people who have to move, or resource building in the environment in which they have to remain. As Julie was saying, you can't always, there aren't those same protections for all people who are forced to move. I'm going way too long. I'm going to run us out of time myself. So the next section that we wanted to focus on is the climate of fear, resistance, and resiliency. And using resiliency as a tool to prevent climate fear. We like the ability, as I was saying, to kind of play on words. Climate fear, we hear a lot about that from different different kind of age groups. Really, I know I was talking to my daughter about it. She's soon to be 26, and there is that sense of, like, I know that things are happening, and that sense of powerlessness and how it instills fear in you as a person. And Anselm, you just touched on that as well. And what can I do? And you almost feel a sense of hopelessness and despair around it. But there are things that we can do, and we want to bring some of those things forward to you with what Anselm and Julie have to talk about. And you can see in communities, depending upon where you are, that level of resiliency based, depending upon if they are kind of fighting for resources or they've kind of collectively rallied around bringing resources together. So we'll move forward, and we're going to go back to Anselm for this next slide.
Thank you. There's a lot to talk about this particular part, actually, because I think when you talk about the impact of climate change on mental health, it's not easy to kind of explain, especially when mental health itself, it's a subject that not very many people like to talk about, actually. And I don't know why we decided to do it, because somebody has to do it, and certainly for the climate change, you can certainly have tangible evidence to demonstrate exactly what is happening with it. But when it comes to mental health, sometimes people don't really see, and there's no physical sign to it, and so hard to actually convince someone that there is actually mental health as a result of climate change. So we know for sure that one of the major challenges actually of climate change that we are going to be facing, or rather we are facing actually right now, it's really the climate-induced migration. And certainly, as I was saying, when you look at all the things that are happening in many parts of the world where people are being forced to leave their home to go somewhere else. And to Julie's point, where people who are migrating due to climate change, they don't have a status, actually. They're basically stateless, because there is no convention that has defined exactly what their status is. And that creates somehow some sort of anxiety, actually, to those who end up leaving their countries, or displaced, or internally displaced. There's an amount of depression that actually that is created for people who have lost their livelihoods, or people who have left their loved ones behind. And you find yourself in a completely new area, and because there is no particular legal protection, there is just that part of sort of fear and hopelessness that you have to feel. There is no way to be able to define that or explain that, and you can't go seek for help to say, I'm not okay because, I migrated due to climate change. You can't accept the fact that actually there is a mental aspect that affects your daily life due to that sort of experience. There is, post-traumatic disorder that comes with that. When you have the entire village has been decimated by a landslide, for example, you have lost either friends or family members or something like that, and you find yourself in a new place. There is stigma, actually, that comes with that as well, that accompanies people who move to different areas. We have the examples of migrants coming from Mexico, and right now it's a very serious political issue in the United States. Why is it that even when you have election time, you cannot hear at all any word related to climate change on the campaign trail? Nobody wants to talk about it because it's a very sensitive issue. There are still quite a number of people who don't believe that. There is actually a report recently that said that only 52% of Americans believe that climate change is a big issue. That means, there is almost 300 million people in the United States, and only, about 160 million only believes in that. So you can see that there is a huge challenge in terms of recognizing exactly what goes on, what happens when a population is affected by climate change. The effect of it, the mental health aspect of it, that, forget about, the more physical examples that we can give to show that economically there's an economic downturn for the cause of climate change. But if you talk about mental health, oh, no, don't touch that one. It doesn't exist. But we need to talk about it because this population that it's moving into a different country, they're facing a lot of challenges. One, to adapt, it's difficult. So that will depend, first of all, on exactly how they are welcomed in the area that they have to find themselves in. And if the reception is not that good, imagine how that is going to affect them in terms of them being able to adjust, to adapt, and to be able to actually strive in the area where they are. So mental health aspect as an impact of climate change is very real. And certainly it's important to highlight that. I don't know whether there is any report whatsoever that has been actually done. I don't think there's any research that has been done on that. And perhaps it's something that researchers and scientists should look into to determine exactly how much climate change impact has on mental health, because it's very, very important to highlight that as well. And the more we can dig into that, the better we can actually help people who face exactly the dangers of climate change. Elke, spoke about, how do we help with resiliency and stuff like that. I mean, the early warning systems that in many developing countries don't have, that's another aspect that perhaps we need to look into in terms of helping actually the population to feel like, okay, they have something they can use to either prepare themselves, the emergency preparedness that they can have. But you also have to understand that many of developing countries don't have a fallback, sort of system. Like, in the US, we have FEMA. When there is an emergency, FEMA jumps in and provides help to areas that have been affected by emergency crisis and stuff like that. But these developing countries don't have FEMA. So imagine, to completely be hopeless about something that you have no control over, how that affects you mentally and how that affects you physically. So there is really a lot going on here, and it will require quite a significant amount of, collective effort and action to be able to understand that it's not just the physical aspect of, that people face, but there's also the mental aspect that they're going to face that usually takes a long time to heal. And the more we can recognize that part also of the challenge, as a result of climate change, the sooner we can probably find some solutions and take action to be able to help each group that we may receive to help. Thank you.
Thank you, awesome.
So in using two examples, I'm going to use an example of a family that I worked with from the US-Mexico border, and then a Nepalese-speaking Bhutanese family that I've worked with. To Anselm's point, we do need to do more research on mental health. And we also need to recognize, and this is where the culture comes in, that not every population, not every group has a concept of mental health. The Bhutanese folks that I work with, you mentioned mental health, they don't even know what it means. They don't know what it is. They don't have a concept or a word for mental health. So one approach that we worked with was focusing on this concept of resiliency and understanding the level of resiliency that they had. And by definition, it's basically to recover quickly, adapt. There's actually a definition that the Center for Climate and Energy Solutions on specifically climate resiliency, to prepare for, recover from, and adapt to the deleterious impacts of climate change. Climate resiliency. And when I've been digging more into climate issues that are impacting our displaced persons, this has come up quite regularly. And so instead of fixating on necessarily mental health or what my Guatemalan family would call susto. It's actually a medical diagnosis. It's in the DSM-4. It's under basically the origins of cultural backgrounds of mental disorders. Susto, which means fear, frightened, it actually is part of the language within that population. And when they're describing these experiences of susto, they want a solution. And so when they're wanting that solution of how do we get past this fear, we turn the table and focus on this concept of resiliency. It's like you've experienced a very traumatic and multiple traumatic events. So let's look at the strengths, the power that you've basically empowered yourself to succeed, to get from one place to the next place. When I worked specifically with this Guatemalan family, they were actually in prison for a short period of time at the US-Mexico border. There was a woman, the mother, and two small children. And she fled. The husband was actually killed en route. He was murdered. And she was about to give birth in the next 2 months. When they were imprisoned, actually she had one of the locator anklets on her ankle so that they would make sure that when she was being processed, and she eventually was processed from an asylee-seeking individual to a refugee, she still had the ankle bracelet on, red flashy light, when she came to one of the NGOs and Catholic Charities, which offered her and her family food, water, and then the passageway. Actually, they were going to Maine in the United States. And for those of you who know where Maine is in the United States, it is cold. This family came from Guatemala. And so we were able to remove her ankle bracelet. But she was talking about this notion of fear and that she overcame the fear because she was given the necessary assets to be resilient. And that was a really powerful statement that she made. And so we started asking, what else do you need? What else do you need? But then we had to also ask ourselves, what would we expect them to need? Well, a warm winter coat going to Maine would be a starting point. And so we had to look at the most basic fundamental questions of not just shelter, food, and water, but due to the different moving from climate to climate, we had to ask ourselves, what are the most important resources? And to have that conversation, that acknowledgement of, by the way, it's cold up there. Now, cold for me, living in Ohio, is going to be a lot different, the meaning of cold, for somebody who is from Guatemala. So actually sitting down and having conversations about coldness was really enlightening for this family, that they felt less fearful, more empowered to then go forth on this bus for a 15, 20-hour journey from Matamoros, Mexico to Maine. And so sometimes it's the more basic questions and to turn that fear into notions of resiliency. And so one of the things we are doing, and this is the next slide, there's actually a climate resilience toolkit. I encourage you guys to take a look at this. It is a starting point. By no means is this the answer, but this climate toolkit basically asks those important basic questions. Understanding exposure, the vulnerability, the layers of vulnerability, the intersectionality. And it's not just fear and the physical trauma and the emotional trauma, but we also have sexism, racism, all the isms feed into that, where this climate resilience toolkit asks those really pertinent questions. It also asks, what are the assets that are in place? What assets are still needed so that somebody can be empowered and be resilient, be able to bounce back from this? And as you guys go through this, and it's the toolkit.climate.gov, it is pretty comprehensive, and at least it gives us the foundation to start asking these questions and eventually take action. For the opposite end of the spectrum of the world that I work with refugees, our Nepalese-speaking Bhutanese have been in Akron, Ohio, my backyard, for an extended period of time. I mean, this is about 20, 30 years. But they're coming in about 3,000 to 4,000 just about every 5 years. And they've built up a beautiful community, but they are still talking about fear and the balancing of fear and resiliency, and what assets that they are actually needing in order to be more resilient. Cooking, you guys are gonna be cooking, and food is very much part of culture and the value and how to eliminate fear. One way that the Akron community has helped them is to help foster businesses, basically kitchens, restaurants that they're now owning and operating. But they also said, where we came from, you don't have half the vegetables that we were used to. And our Akron leader said, we're gonna go find as many as we possibly can. And by the way, Amazon does deliver in a 2-day period of time some of these vegetables and herbs and spices, not as good as what they're used to, but it was one way of saying, what do you need to eliminate those fears and help you become more resilient? The resilience scale, another source, a resource, is something that we're actually giving to some of our Northern Triangle refugees in Youngstown, Ohio. It's to understand the 5 dimensions of resiliency: personal competence, and that can include health literacy, acceptance of self and life, social competence, social support, and personal structure. So instead of saying or asking, does this family have mental health issues, which 9 times out of 10 they do, it's like, what resources do you need to be resilient? And so for those communities and those populations that don't even have a concept of mental illness, this has been a valuable tool for us to turn the tides.
Thank you very much. I think you have on this section.
I'm just going to actually piggyback on that one. I think one of the things that really kind of makes a difference is being able to understand exactly the issue in your own language. And I think the challenge is actually in many countries, especially, I'm just going to speak for many African countries, is that many of the documents, research, and other things are all either in English or French. And it's not really that easy for a local person to understand or get the meaning of the information. So when we are talking about resilience, I think the fact that we can probably get that information translated into local languages so that they can be able to understand, that might probably be something that will empower people and be able to find a way to actually take care of themselves. Also, it's good to be able to come up with solutions, research, and whatnot. I think there's what I would call a missing opportunity, and that is being able to actually involve many of the local people. I know the word local was not accepted, but I'll use it in this context. We know for sure that there is really some traditional knowledge, indigenous knowledge, and that usually they really do understand their environment. And if that can be coupled with scientific research and stuff like that, perhaps there is a chance actually we can come up with better practices that might be helpful. I'm thinking about, for example, I spoke about the fires in California and Canada. I remember back home, some of the villages where we have the rainforest, in order to protect the rainforest back home, people will actually cause, sort of artificial fires to burn, sort of the grass around the forest so that, and they will dig some trenches actually around the forest, then burn the bushes behind so that the fire doesn't actually get to the trees and the forest, and thus actually protecting the forest. So even when the fires came, it was easy to control because it didn't have, the small grass to kind of feed into that. That is a local knowledge that the indigenous people, even I think in Canada and the United States, actually the Native Americans knew how to utilize that type of thing, for generations, and yet we don't really take advantage of that to be able to use that as well. There is also some traditional practices that have actually helped, sort of groups, communities to, sort of mitigate the impact of climate change, the heat and whatnot, all the temperatures and whatnot. So I'm thinking about, for example, I don't know how many of you have been to Morocco and have been to the Sahara Desert. If you go to the Sahara Desert, the Baobab people who have been living in that area for generations, they have managed to actually figure out exactly how to sort of survive in that scorching temperatures of the desert, and yet they do produce beautiful flowers, by the way, and they can grow food in the desert. But they've been practicing that for generations and generations, and they know exactly when the temperatures change, they know exactly what to do, either to substitute, the crops so that they know exactly which one is going to be able to grow in a specific temperature, in a given season. Those are practices that actually continue to facilitate also resilience. In Mozambique, there was a question earlier, to John about, when war happens and, there's this devastation, then what do you do? In Mozambique, in the 70s, 80s, there was a war. They decimated the entire Ngorongosa National Park because, rebels were in that. Basically, they cut down on the trees, the forest, and animals. They ate everything, So they had to import new animals, actually, from South Africa and else. But the point is, they were able to rebuild the forest again. And now, what they're doing, they're practicing what they call, which is a traditional, actually, type of agriculture, a multi-cropping agriculture, which means, if you can show so you can see that picture right there, that guy in the middle, he's someone from actually Idaho. His name is Greg Carr, who has spent over $100 million to restore the entire National Park, Ngorongosa National Park. And today, Ngorongosa National Park is probably one of the most visited national park in the world. And that, if you look at that, there is bananas, there is red pepper, there is coffee, there's beans on the other side. And it turns out that kind of multi-cropping practice actually it's very resilient to climate change, but also it's very healthier to the soil. So these are the type of traditional knowledges that we need to probably, try to think about and benefit from, and maybe combine with more scientific knowledge and stuff like that, and share that knowledge, and then we can probably be able to come up with better solutions.
Especially if you can't resettle people in different
exactly.
locations. If
Yep.
they're stuck, then we got to rebuild where they came from.
Voila.
Well, and to go back to the concept of mental health and building those resiliency, social connectedness through this type of work is incredibly important as well. So thank you for transitioning us into our section 3, which was around the climate as ill health. So I'm going to ask Julie to kind of round us out, and then we'll have lots of extra time for questions and things that we want to explore in our workshop even further. We have a whole series of questions that we want to bring you all in on should you participate.
So there's, as a justice theorist, part of my background and as a ethicist is looking at different approaches. As you guys can tell, it's like, okay, resiliency models and so forth. One of the models that I use to look at basically this notion of not just the climate garden, but actually how we ought to flourish. I've seen a lot of resistance to human rights talk. I can say, okay, basic human rights, shelter, food, water, access to health care, etc. It goes on deaf ears. And where it doesn't is this notion of human flourishing or the central capabilities. Martha Nussbaum is a philosopher, ethicist. She built her philosophy off of Amartya Sen, which focused on economic models of human flourishing. They looked at GDPs, they looked at different populations, and what she developed was known as these flourish measures. And it's based on the central capabilities of what each individual, regardless of where you came from, who you are, your own identity, there are central capabilities that we all share. And by having that narrative of shared knowledge of what is meaningful to us, and she just came up with the 10. She said these are not exhaustive. There's probably others out there, but these are the 10. If you want to click to the next, actually just skip one, right there. These are the 10 central capabilities that we all share. And I was reminded of this again, even this morning when Marilyn was talking about play and how, during a time where you remove all the cars from the central area of Galway and allow children to play, this is a key example of how we foster these capabilities. Life, bodily health, bodily integrity, making sure that people have safe spaces to have those community conversations. The arts, the folks that you guys do in terms of the museums, senses, imagination, thought, this is where the arts live. Triggering our emotions and recognizing that emotions and our reactions and our facial expression of emotions are all maybe different. But if we can recognize, well, people have emotions, people have fear, people need to be empowered, all of that feeds into that. Practical reason. Instead of being this, elitist perspective of, oh, well, you don't just have the information or you don't have the data. That practical reason is how we transform that information in a way that's understandable for every single person. So it's that climate literacy in a way that is understood and knowledgeable for all individuals. Other species. I just gave a presentation in Barcelona about a month and a half ago focusing on just the category of other species and how animals and the concept of animal refugees, whether it's a pet, whether it is a cow that you use for food or milk or other dairy products, those other species are part of our network, our human network. And climate is impacting them as well. And if somebody is fearful, upset, depressed, have PTSD, it may be because they just lost an entire, not just crop, but they might have lost their pets, their farm animals, etc. And so understanding and asking, again, those basic questions, what assets did you have? Did you need? Did you lose? Can really get to understanding what makes that individual or that population flourish. What capabilities did they have, and do they want those resources again? Play. We take play for granted. I was so happy that it was brought up today because it is meaningful. Seeing kids play in an area where there's not congested streets and so forth, having control over one's environment, making sure that the crime is reduced and is safe. These are those central capabilities that help people flourish. And if we get back to the basics, I hate to be kind of non-philosophical, but if we get back to these basics, it really can strive for social justice in ways that we're not just basically saying, oh, you violated this right, or you have this duty. This rights-based and duty-based talk often, again, goes on deaf ears. But if we say, as a community, what is meaningful? And that community could be middle of Akron, Ohio, in a Bhutanese village, or it can be, at the border of Mexico or Mozambique. What does that community look like, and what is a value for them to actually have that flourishing? And Martha Nussbaum, I think she got it right, because she forces us to ask these questions and not take these things for granted.
I'm going to wrap us up with a little summary here. We have quite a bit of time still left for questions and answers. So some of our takeaways for today is that we know that forced displacement due to climate change can translate into mental health impacts and can be impacted by limitations on how climate refugees are defined and supported. Certainly talked about that in a couple of presentations today. The more resources you have, if you're being displaced, the more supported you have, the less potential impact it may have on your mental health. When climate migration is forced on communities, as we've heard, there's social, psychological, and cultural implications. You're leaving those bits and pieces of your culture, your tradition, your richness of your history behind. And it's hard to bring those things forward. And the better we can be prepared to receive people who are being displaced. I think it was on one of John's slides where you had images of, climate refugees are welcome here. I love that slide, but I wish that were the case everywhere. And I think communities need to be more receptive to be receiving refugees as they come in, or people displaced by climate. And then we also, of course, need to build that in their home countries as well, should the opportunity for them to go back home. The changing environment can create fear and anxiety, and of course, as we know, there's a need to focus on the community to focus on building the capacity to support people, foster their resiliency, and of course, as on some suggested, we need to focus on eliminating stigma. More rapidly adapt to their new environment and support their mental health need, physical health needs, and social connectedness. Diaspora needs support to blend and adapt to their old and new environments. Talked about some of those skill sets and some of the knowledge that they may have from their countries that they could bring to bear in their new countries. Sub-Saharan Africans knowing how to rotate crops or grow crops in harsh environments may be an incredible asset to a state in the United States that's facing harsh realities around how do we grow crops in this ever-changing environment. But are we actually reaching out and collecting that skill set and that knowledge in a way that is appropriate, that is understandable? We also need to more rapidly adapt to their new environment and support. Oh, I think I already talked about that, sorry. Last bullet, there is a need to focus on what people need in addition to what they have, and their right to, and geez Louise. It is after lunch. I think we all need to wake up. That they need, in addition to what they have a right to, in order to flourish and not just survive. So we have needs, but we need more to help them flourish, is my point. So with that, that's the end of our presentation. We have some time left for questions and answers, and I hope that you have several. Yes. But the people online won't be able to hear you unless you're in the
We
microphone.
could repeat it.
Yeah, I can repeat their question.
Thank you so much. This conference is already amazing, and every speaker's, I'm learning something from everyone. So thanks so much. I have a question about Nussbaum's 10 central capabilities. And I noticed there was one, control over one's environment. I do something called trauma-informed teaching, and one of the main factors is choice. You know, that you have to give your students choice in order to help them develop resilience, to make them feel as though they have more control over their lives. And, you know, at Emory, where I teach, about 80% of the students after COVID were depressed, anxious. They had all kinds of things going on, and it was unbelievable how many times I walked them to the health center to see a psychiatrist or a counselor. So my question is, how do all of you use choice in your fields? Because choice does help with resilience, and it is something that I focus on a lot in my syllabi, but I'm just a very small part of the whole thing, and I think you're working on a much more global scale, and so I'm really curious about choice.
Do you want me to tackle this first? So I'm going to give you the Bhutanese example, just because they are in my backyard and I've been working with them for a long time. Not every resettled community in the United States has done a great job, but I will say the community of Akron, Ohio, in not just welcoming, not just welcome climate, right, refugees, but what they did, and to your point about autonomy and choice. So they asked that community not where you're going to live, because that environment was already chosen for them, but how do you want to develop your section of town? They actually have a full section of town. And so they gave them the opportunity to identify, there were some abandoned buildings. Do you want to have a restaurant here? Do you want to have a market here? So that the community actually helped them, but based on those choices. It wasn't, you get this, you get that. They did for the housing, because they had to make sure that they were in safe housing. But in terms of their livelihood, community gardens. They actually renovated a whole block and made a community garden, because gardening to the Bhutanese it's extremely important. It is of very high value. Same with having a market with fresh vegetables. Vegetables are really important to the community. But the other thing was, and this is that adaptation to new environments. A lot of the refugees, resettled refugees, had livelihoods, physicians, professors, you name it. And a lot of them had to start from the beginning. And they were given the choices and opportunities. We have a center called Asia Inc. It's both in Cleveland and Akron. And so they help with job placement, but also job development. The best story I have was one of the refugees, he's been resettled for about 15 years now. He wanted to be a police officer ever since he was a kid. Like, really wanted to be a police officer. And he's like 4 foot, shorter than I am. And he's like, I don't know if I can be a police officer, I'm so short. And Akron, Ohio, there's some crime there. It's not the safest city. But the police force banded together and got him through police academy, and now he's one of the major police cadets that are working in his own community. And here he was an engineer before. And he goes, I just have always wanted to do this. I never got the resources to do it. And now he's working on the police force. And he's living a dream despite the fact that he had to be displaced not only once, but 4 times and lost his family on refugee camp. I mean, his story is one tragedy after the next, but I've learned resiliency from he and others like him. It's just amazing. And you're absolutely right. Giving choices, autonomy, allows individuals to flourish in environments that they're not used to and have made the environment their own. So thank you for that comment.
That's an incredible story. Thank you so much.
Anselm, do you have anything you want to add to that? Or?
Yeah, I just want, kind of add another example, actually kind of, sort of reflect on what Judy said, and that is in Boise, we have the Global Garden, and I think that has been really a very perfect example on how it allowed a group of Somali refugees who practiced, agriculture to be able to actually use their practices, how they grew crops back home, and they were given a choice to actually do that. And they have been able to grow vegetables and really have actually been able to make it. And they have sort of a control over what they can produce, what they can sell, and they are putting their kids now to school. So that's one. Number two, there's the aspect of what I said earlier. The reception actually makes a huge difference, because that reception allows any newcomer to feel like your dignity is maintained and respected, and so you can actually be able to make it in the environment you find yourself in. The way you are received and the choices that you're allowed to make will facilitate your adaptation, your adjustment, and thus reducing actually the impact of mental health due to the whole displacement. So I think that was a very good question. Thanks.
Simge, it looks like you have. Oh, sorry, there's one back there. Megan. Welcome to our world.
Okay, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you to all the speakers. As somebody who's also leading a workshop on resilience on Friday, this was incredibly insightful. My question is, what parallels do you see between bolstering mental health resilience at the individual level and at the systems level?
So on an individual and a systems level.
Yeah.
And do you,
bolstering resiliency, you're a little hard to hear.
and do you see the individual level and the systems level in a relationship? Is that, or do you see that separate? Related. So, and I would too, and this is, and I actually want to just kind of go off of Ensemble, because I do recognize there are communities across this world that have a difficulty of receiving resettled refugees or anyone that has been displaced. And I recognize that. And it's often because there aren't enough resources, there are not enough individuals that have the ability to do that. And so that relational aspect and the issue of resiliency, on an individual level, I see the fact that we can create control and power, autonomy, recognize those resources or lack thereof. But that relationship is so key. And if the receiving end, if the larger community at hand does not have those resources or support, it's going to fail. And it's going to cause backlash, the political arguments that we do see. And so it is a two-way street. It is very much relational that I see that. And so if we can't be a resilient community, Akron, Ohio, I'm going to take, if Akron, Ohio can't be resilient in receiving thousands and thousands of refugees, for mostly financial or resource-based reasons, along with the stigma and discrimination and all those other layers, then that community is not going to flourish and the individual isn't going to flourish. So that's where I see that happening.
I guess what I can add is I'll take the example of myself, actually, because I think that might be easier. I was resettled in Pocatello, Idaho, alone, as just, you know, a young adult, but alone. That has a bigger sort of impact in terms of my mental aspect, being isolated, alone in a new environment. Sometimes you need to look at, well, the systems, it depends on the availability, because, you know, in Pocatello there was no refugee agency, so it was quite very difficult for me to navigate, especially when I didn't even speak the language. So that's one. So there's so many sort of components that makes it harder. If you are an individual refugee, for example, compared to when you are resettled as a family, you can probably be able to survive because you have that sort of social ties network that can help you to navigate the situation. But when you are alone, if the system is not designed to actually help individual, then it becomes a problem. That's where the mental health aspect becomes even more severe than when you have a family that can just stick together and figure exactly how to navigate the situation, waiting for, let's say, you know, the system to actually sort of provide any type of supportive services and stuff like that. So that's, I think, something that, in my experience, that's at least what I saw. And so in Ohio, I think they have more services that are available to refugees compared to, you know, places like Pocatello. In Boise, we do have a little bit, but not that much. You know, so that also, you know, if you don't have a stronger system, then the impact will be, you know, a little bit more severe. So I hope that helps. Yeah.
Any other questions? I have one. Oh, sorry, Cindy. Sorry, I forgot.
Thank you all for such a wonderful, oh my God, conversation. You gave me a lot of things to think about. Something that you briefly touched on, and I was really hoping to maybe you can expand on that topic a little bit. You gave me a perspective on climate migration, a part of it that I've never considered up until your conversation. When I have been thinking about climate migration, I'm prone to think about first climate change and how it creates migration and displaces people from that like kind of broader perspective. But you mentioned about the impacts of people migrating and in their new locations being located in a different climate than what they are used to growing up their whole life, and its impacts on a person. I was wondering if you can share some insights as to how can one really support these communities who grew up in a warmer climate and end up in a very cold place when resources are so limited, and even this topic in relation to climate migration is overlooked, if you will. I am really curious as to what can realistically we can do in each own locations to support those communities. Thank you.
Lily, do you want to start? I think
Sure.
you started.
So, you know, taking inventory of what resources, even if it's meager resources, what resources did that individual have in their home country? And you know, understanding even the concepts of what it meant to feel comfort, what it meant to feel warm or hot or cold, is a good starting place. And then recognizing if that location that they're moving to, whether you're part of that location or you are a conduit for them to get to that location. When I was down at the Mexico border, US-Mexico border, I was with Catholic Charities, and so they would collect coats, I mean heavy coats. Now getting heavy coats when you're in like the southern Texas and Mexico is a challenge. Like where would you get all these like parkas? But people from all over Texas, Arizona would be sending these heavy coats. And then being Catholic Charities, it's just one example, one community where the nuns in Youngstown, Ohio would be bringing down truckloads full of coats, knowing that these individuals were going to be resettled to different locations. And so they had a whole upstairs, you can get socks and shoes, and you got to get the right shoes. And so they would take inventory of where these people were going to be displaced to and find out the type of clothing. They would have backpacks, and then they said you can fill your backpacks with whatever has been donated based on the climate. They actually had sections of southern US, mid-US, and then the far north US, where they would get heavier and heavier clothing. That's just one example, and I've seen many NGOs come together. Ansel and I were talking actually during break that there are pockets of really great organizations and communities. The problem is we need to start connecting these groups together and not just be these isolated ends of one. But I understand from a political, financial reason that those ends of ones are there because they were able to get some funds or they were able to bring coats from up north. And so we just have to have more of that collective responsibility rather than the single group.
I think the issue is that the climate migration is being too politicized. And so, and even, groups and, civil society organizations that will actually be willing to provide any support, some of them are actually quite nervous as to how they are going to be perceived by, political partisanship or something like that. But the reality is, and I think someone actually did mention that earlier this morning, is that migration could actually be also one of the solutions to climate change because it's going to be inevitable. There was a report from the World Bank, I think it was last year, that said that by 2050, there will be over 143 million migrants due to climate change. 86 million from sub-Saharan Africa, 40 million from South Asia, and 17 million from Latin America. There is no way we can avoid that. It's just going to be a reality. And so we need to remove the politics out of this and actually start creating already networks. What I would call early warning or emergency preparedness, call it whatever you want to call it, it's going to be inevitable. So these sort of groups of agencies that can actually provide support to those who are migrating to start preparing already early enough and make sure that the resources are available when they come. I think that will really facilitate better the work and help people. So thanks.
We have, I think, 27 seconds left.
23.
23. Countdown is on. Okay, yep. I just want to make sure. One more? We have one more? Okay.
Going.
We have time. They actually gave me 2 more minutes on top of this. We have some.
Thank you. So this is quite a profound conversation and dialogue, and the questions from the audience has got me thinking, because I'm always thinking and planning and plotting. And so how do you package what you've just talked about? Questions from the audience, your brilliance collectively as public health professionals, subject matter experts, mental health leader, and also a clinician at medical school to prepare the next generation of thought leaders in creating this pathway for beginning that journey of preparedness?
Well, I can start, and that's part of what we wanted to begin in our workshop. So that's why I keep inviting you all to participate in our workshop Friday, 9:30, and crew. So because we want to instigate questions. We want people to come forward with their thoughts around, and we don't have the solution. We would like to hear a wide variety of input to better help shape what solutions may be. And there's so many different scenarios that we can play out, but we want to kind of collect that kind of community conversation together to help inform what we might be able to do for the future. For me, from a public health standpoint, I feel like we need to listen to what people have to say. We need to hear more about the suggestions. We need to better look at the research that may or may not be out there. Where are the gaps in research, and try to fill some of those holes. But I like that the concept of, someone was just talking about that sort of predictive, I'll call it predictive modeling, that predictive look into what may be happening to help with our, lack of a better term, emergency preparedness, our ability to respond in advance, instead of always, feels like we're constantly sort of on our heels. Things are happening, things are short ones today, on our heels, trying to be reacting to things instead of being proactive and preparing for that. How do we prepare for the influx of people coming in? How do we prepare to help people get back to their homes? Help create that new environment in their old home in which they can go back. I mean, there's a lot of scenarios, of course, we can play out, but I'll give you some time as well.
I think Trevor wants to say
Oh.
I would say start with cultural humility. And this is a really important conference where, I mean, just the wonderful questions of the audience. I mean, we're already thinking collectively, whether it's from an education standpoint, from resiliency training. I mean, everybody has different expertise. And so besides the cultural humility, it's humility for the variety of people that can come together and willing to come together, to share, to utilize some of the tools that we hope that we were able to share with you today. But that's where I would start, is cultural humility and just asking the basic questions.
Thank you very much for this important conversation. I think it sets us up well for the session afterwards, as well as for further conversation on this. I think not the last word on this topic. Trevor's keeping us so well caffeinated, so back to the porcelain. We'll be taking a coffee break until 3:45. I was about to go to your list in terms of how we can do bodily health, walk around, control of your environment, put sunscreen on, affiliation, start plotting collaboration, and so see you soon.
And it's Ireland, I guess.
Really great. Exactly what I hoped we would be talking about.
Thank you so much.
No.
So welcome back. Now we're on to the final session for the day. And it is my absolute pleasure to welcome Knight Soar, a peacemaker with the United States Department of Justice, who will speak to conflict resolution as a response to the impact of climate change in coastal communities. And here is the thing. Maybe this is, oh yeah. All right. Shall I repeat? No. So it's my pleasure absolute pleasure to welcome Knight Soar, peacemaker with the United States Department of Justice, who will speak on conflict resolution as a response to the impact of climate change on coastal communities. The floor is yours, Knight.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here. And I wanted to thank all of the panels that came before me. So I will only take 5 minutes and then we can go. Because we do have a conflict, right? The conflict between you and I right now is that I stand between our dinner session. I have no conflict with our online viewer whatsoever. So they can take a break anytime. I'm going to ask you perhaps the most important questions of the afternoon, and that is, I know you can hear me, but can you see me? Okay, I'm a little bit vertically challenged, and I'm vertically challenged, but not by choice. Genes has something to do with it, as you will see, but mainly because of who I am. So if you don't mind, I never like to stand behind podiums because I never like to give lectures. I like to have interactions, and trust me, in this brief presentation, you will interact with me because there are 3 tests I would like to offer you. So I'm just gonna walk over there and grab a mic and then and just be right up front. Okay. Can you hear me? Good. So, my name is Knight Soar. Soar is Cambodian for white. So you have a white knight doing civil rights work. I swear to you, I was not born into this profession. I was trained as an astrophysicist, and I studied what is called the 21 centimeter hyperfine transition radiation, fancy term for hydrogen cloud that emits the 21 centimeter wavelength, and wherever you see that, you see stellar nurseries where stars are born, and you see how they die. And I love these things. And one of the reasons why I chose that as a profession is I like to introduce myself as a, well, I am considered one. I am a refugee from Cambodia, and I am a survivor of the genocide. The atrocity that the Khmer Rouge committed from 1975 to Christmas Day invasion of 1978, I was a part of that. So it impacted me in a lot of ways. I grew up being very angry. And then someone told me about, hey, you can tell your story visually. So I love to give presentation where there's not 1,000 words on the PowerPoint, but instead pictures. Because there is no way for me to transport all of you to where I'm taking you without, it's literally impossible. So that's why I need to show you some of these pictures, and hopefully you can see the impact of it. The other thing that I wanted to make clear is, in fact, let me remove this. This is a pin from the United States Department of Justice, and I am speaking today as a regular person and not on behalf of the department. So the pin is off. Please ask me questions. In a short presentation like this, the more questions you ask, the better, because this is my only free time to answer the question as best as I can without having to worry about Uncle Sam looking down on me. The second is that put in what you take out, or take out what you put in. It's your conference, right? I've been doing this for 15 years. I do not have a degree in conflict resolution, but I've seen a lot of conflict. And without breaking confidentiality, I will illustrate some of these scenarios that some of you, or if there are elected official among us, can use. And what I will describe is a process-driven technique or methodology. And it's just one approach to conflict resolution, okay? So with that in mind, I just want to ask, show of hands, how many of you have baby pictures of yourself? Baby pictures? Yeah. No, not on you. Yeah. Gotcha. Got it. Is should I push the right button for the clicker? Okay. I did. So nothing's moving. Okay. Ah, there you go. This is a graduating photo of my mom. You can guess which one of these ladies is my mom, right? Okay. Center person. So this photo, only 2 people survived in this photo. The rest were either executed or gone missing during the war, during the Khmer Rouge years. Because the idea here is to eliminate the educated class. And when you do that, you can mold those that have no education, have no background, have no historical significance. And IMIT has this philosophy where you connect people by telling their story, by sharing their truths. Well, that's what we're here. And the reason why I ask you for your baby picture to see if you have it is because of the next photo. Forgive me, it is a half-naked photo of me. But I was fat and bald. Okay. So when I was born, my mom commissioned 3 photos were taken. This is one of the 3 that she picked. It is very dangerous in Khmer Rouge time to have paper documentation. And so she had to secretly meet with the photographer, there is no money. There was no money at the time. There was only bartering system. So a few cans of rice was exchanged for this photo to happen. My mom's personality is unique. She's funny. And this is the photo that she picked. As you can see, the photo is not quite the perfect photo because my brother made an unusual face. And so I call this the throne picture. So I'm sitting on a throne, my throne, I like to claim. But the reason why my brother's making that face is because he felt something wet and warm. If you look at my diaper, there is a black marking right there. And so, yeah, so I let one out simply because the way my mom told me the story is the flash bothered me or made me scared. So whoosh, I released one. Many years later, 56 years later, that's my mom and my brother. He's a physician up in Vancouver, Canada, with the Seattle Space Needle. And yeah, the right patch is a Star Trek emblem. Star Trek saved my life many times. Even when I get bored or when I get discouraged, I just watch an episode and it inspired me to reach that, utopic world. So biographical information, I think, is important because you have to be aware of my background in order for you to understand what I'm going to show you and why I'm so passionate about it. Because without this clock, I can go on and on for hours. So perspective sharing is very important. And I will show you 3 images, and this is one of the 3. It's in black and white because if I were to give it to you in color, you would probably, it makes it a lot more complicated. So black and white is a lot easier. And normally when we show this to law enforcement jurisdictions, we ask, what do you see first? We don't care what you see second or first. So let me ask you this. What do you see first in that picture? What picture is it of? Yeah, it's a profile of a woman, young or old? So some people say young, some people say old. Who's right and who's wrong? Yeah, okay. Now you know, right? It's your truth. It's what you see first. Next one. What do you see there? bats, birds. I give you a hint. My name, Knight. You see a knight up there? Okay. Looking at if you're looking on the extreme right-hand side, that's the tail of a horse. And then you have a knight on a cape and riding a horse, right? You also see a snowman. Okay? And that long thing in the middle, that's his nose. And then you have the two eyes. And finally, when we ask New York City police officer what they see, they, in terms of trauma, they say, "Oh my God, we're seeing confetti," and that's exactly what it is. Who's right and who's wrong? It's based upon your perception. And the last one is this: two triangles. Okay. Anyone see anything else differently? Yeah. For those who grew up in the mid 1980s, Pac-Man. Okay. Now, I will tell you, the name of this image is called the Kanisa triangle. There is no triangle. If this room was completely dark, the white area would actually pop out and it looks somewhat three-dimensional. Okay? So, how could you say that there's a triangle in this image when there is no triangle? You can ask any mathematician that, and he's an astrophysicist standing in front of you. There is no triangle in this picture. But the brain, our brain, looked at an image, relates it to what we have been familiarized with based upon our biases, and then draw a conclusion and convince yourself that there are triangles here, and that's the only thing that you believe in. Now you're beginning to see the conflict between climate change denier and those who supports it. And then there's somewhere in between, right? So this is perspective sharing. Perspective sharing allows you to ask proper questions. Like, for example, you don't go to a victim of crime, say a Native American woman, and say, "Have you been a victim of crime?" Right? Because the answer to that is no, or that they don't want to answer the question. But if you approach it differently by knowing where she had been, or her background and her perspective, especially tribal, collective perspective, you would ask a different question and said, "Have you ever been disrespected?" And then the story flows, right? And in that flowing, you may touch on, "Oh, on this date, this is what happened to me." So it's critical for this type of conversation to occur. And I'm so glad that John, in the first panel, led the foundation of climate change and its impact. So because of that, I don't have to go through it, and I really appreciate it. Now, the case studies in this case, there are three tribes, Native American tribes, one Native American tribe and two Alaskan Native tribes. I'm showing you this picture because this is how big Alaska is. It will occupy every single square inch east of the mighty Mississippi River on the east coast. And I'm sorry to put Ireland a little bit above Florida, but I just want you to see the scale. Alaska is 2.5 million square kilometer. Ireland is 70,200. Alaska is 2,800% bigger than Ireland. And both people or both communities have issues relating to coastal climate and coastal environment. The next one is, so I went to Google Map and I Googled this Newtok, which is part of the Yupik tribe up in Alaska. And it's that little tiny square thing. You see all of the black patches? That's water. Okay? Guess what happened in a major storm? Those patches merged. Where are you going to move to? Right? So these are just rhetorical questions. But I'm going to go closer on Newtok because many of you in the past panel covers this, right? When you move, what are you losing? You're losing the connection to the land. More than that, I wanted to make sure that you guys see this. You see that cemetery? Suppose the cemetery is 3 feet underwater and you're forced to move, but your identity is there. I mean, how do you feel about that? And we'll cover the range of emotions and so forth. And for the airport, there is a long line, a very long straight line. That's the airstrip. Okay. Next community, just to the east of that, okay, Anapakiak. And you see the same airport is like one long vertical line. That's also impacted. These two communities receive or recipient of the Biden administration. They receive each $25 million just to begin the process of moving. The question is, where are they moving to, right? There is no higher ground. And what's the infrastructure is going to look like? Are they going to encroach on other tribes? Will there be conflict? So yes or no, it's yet to be seen. And then we go down to where I live. So right there you see Seattle. And this triangle represents the Olympic Peninsula. Over 2 million people visit that central area, the Olympic National Park. It is wild. You can get lost there. There are two people who are lost there, have never been found, and they got lost there recently within the past 2 years. So, and the third recipient of the $25 million is the Quinault tribes, and you can see it right above the Olympic National Forest sign. I've also interacted with other Native American tribes, and they're impacted by coastal change. The oyster farm is impacted. The Quinault tribes needed more of their infrastructure saved, so that's where the money is going to. And so far, out of that $25 million, they had built 8 buildings. So the infrastructure first, like community center, right, schools, and then whatever that is left, they're given as low interest loans so people can actually build their houses. The only problem is in the Pacific Northwest, the average cost of a house is around 1.1 million. Yeah. Good luck with that if you're the first time homeowner. It is extremely difficult. Up all the way at the tip, the Makah tribe. So I went there, and these are some of the photos that I've seen. So the top photo is a community center where all the kids are gathered. And I am sorry for leaving my car door open. I should have been more careful. Yeah. So, and then you see land and water erosion of where the land had been and where it is now. Okay. I like this picture because, as you can see, part of the house is built like on stilts, right? That's the top picture. The bottom picture, if you look centrally, there is a trash bin next to the driveway. And that trash bin is surrounded by a wooden cage. Anyone wants to tell me why? Because in a major storm, that whole community is flooded. And their plastic trash bin will float away, and they would need to spend more money. This is impoverished community in the United States. And lastly, you see all those dark gray spots on the bus that's no longer running or the side of the house, right? That's either erosion or mold. So each time your living room is flooded, you have to deal with molds. And that causes health issues, right? So that's what they're dealing with. And John spoke about people having the option to move or not based upon their finance, right? But imagine you don't have savings. You rely on the government. Moving is not an option. And then there are some people who have their own, ranch-like house, several cars, and said, well, why don't they just sell their land and just leave? Well, who are they going to sell it to? The next sucker who wants to buy a land that gets flooded every single year, right? So all of these difficult questions. But we have to bring all of these folks together using conflict resolution techniques. And the question is, how are we going to do that? So this is the climate change impact on family. Many of them are frustrated and angry, and you can just read through the entire thing. The last one, the cultural linkage, is where, like I said before, you have a local cemetery there that gets flooded, you know, and the general feeling associated with safety. Safety is a factor, right? These are Native American tribes. They have a history with the United States. The United States government had broken every single treaty that they had ever signed with the Native American, every single one of them, right? So there's the mistrust. How do you build enough so that they can come together into the same room so that they can have the discussion? And this is the community reaction to it. And the question you see in parentheses is essentially rhetorical. You can take pictures or screenshots if you're online, but if you were to email me, I can send you the entire slide deck, and I'll give you my contact information at the end. So community reaction to it, it upset the community and it caused tension. When one community goes into another community, for whatever reason, there will always be tension. And tension is also involved when there is a demographic change. For example, in Philadelphia, there is racial tension in the 1940s and 50s, and it wasn't between black and white. It was between white and white. Italians couldn't get along with Poles, and Polish people couldn't get along with the Irish, right? The greatest contribution that Ireland had given to the world is its people and the talent that they brought. I can say that not because I have a bias, many of my friends are Irish Americans, but I can say that because we have 23 US presidents that can link their family directly to Ireland. Okay? You have that list if you just Google it. 24 if you can consider President Obama's mother's side of the family. It leads to media attention. So what? So what if the media were to write something nasty about your town? Okay? Can you tell me which American southern city was the largest and the richest in 1968? Was it Miami, Atlanta, Memphis, Dallas, Houston? Anyone want to take a guess? Atlanta? Close. No. It's actually Memphis. Memphis has investment coming in left and right. It was growing so fast that it made the other cities jealous. And then something happened in Memphis in 1968. Anyone know? What was that? Yes, the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. Memphis lost the investment and remained static until the mid-1990s. In fact, the skyscraper that went up in Memphis, the tallest one, was built in the 1990s. Because of that stigmatism, or sorry, not stigmatism, but when you just mention like Dallas, you associate it with the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Memphis is with MLK and so forth. That stigma survived. And then it may foster action. Actions could be as passive as visual, or it can have direct action. And direct action usually leads to engagement with local law enforcement. And suddenly, the issues that the people are protesting get lost because when law enforcement respond with their jurisdictional tool, they may impact the community. Someone might get hurt, lawsuits is filed, right? There's also political action because some people said, you know what, my representative is not listening to me, so I'm going to run for office. And some of them have done that, and many of them went and won the election. The other, the closure of businesses, right, because they can't function well. In the Pacific Northwest that I showed you the map earlier, some of those rental units, right, they're being closed now and they're listed for sale because, yes, the Pacific Northwest is absolutely beautiful, but it can't be sustained year-round. Okay? And then it may create criticism in the local administration. And there is a creature out there called the Homo politicus, the political man. They're interested in one thing and one thing only, and that is their own survival. And because of that, see, I can't speak like this when I'm with my department, but as a private citizen, I can, because optics is important to them. They will not have a community meeting that is volatile. They are afraid of that. I can give you an example. In 2003, right before Christmas, I believe December 18, one of my favorite governor, Arnold Schwarzenegger, decided to cancel or reject a budget that was earmarked specifically for the disability communities. Okay? That amount of money, it is extremely small in the California budget, right? And California, I think, has like the fourth largest GDP economy in the world. But it impacted 183,000 people living with disability. So guess what they did? Going back to number 3, they decided to do direct actions. But how do they effectively change Governor Schwarzenegger's mind in less than 24 hours? Many of them who are advocates boarded the bus. The bus went to Sacramento, which is the capital of California. They got off the bus in their wheelchair. They took their wheelchair as far as they could to the step of the Capitol, and they know the media would be there. And they got off their wheelchair, and they crawled up the steps of the California Capitol. That sent a very powerful image to the American public. Governor changed his mind immediately. Okay? That's some of the most effective direct actions that I can think of. And now, conflict resolution. I have 19 minutes. So, this is every single process, every single tools out there has a pro and con. And one of the values of having a facilitated dialogue are these that I listed. Every single one of these that I've listed has a procedure, a process and a procedure built into it. In order to effectively implement, right, you have to go through these processes. First of all, what's the difference between a process and a procedure? As a mediator or a facilitator or a peacemaker, and you can be one too, it's easy because not only does this lecture contain best practices, evidence-based or anecdotal best practices, but I also brought resources, and they're at the back of the table. It's heavy, so I didn't bring many, but just email me, and I can actually send you the rest of the resources. A process is when you engage with the community and developed an outline of how they want to resolve the conflict, right? The specific of how they want it is what I call the procedure itself, and the procedure can be anything. So that's one of the value. You have to have engagement, right? But then again, the gentleman back there asked about, what about fatigue? Because some people don't want to talk about climate change, right? They get tired of it. I went into a community, and because it had been my case, I will keep it confidential in terms of where. When I arrived to do an environmental justice assessment to see whether the incident meet with my agency jurisdictions, so I can appropriately respond to it or move federal resources to combat it, one of the stakeholders pulled me aside and said, Knight, there are monsters living among us. And we've all heard and seen it. The monsters that they're talking about, it's literally in our movies and in our horror stories, right? You would follow a group of cave dwellers, researchers, scientists, and they dare venture deep into the earth. And then they unintentionally unleash these creatures that feast on human flesh. And, you know, it sounds very, very dramatic, but there is some truth, semblance of truth to it. The deeper that they go, we know that a disturbed earth will unleash things that we don't want to deal with. Some of these things have half-lives of hundreds and millions of years. You're talking about uranium, um, uranium, lead, all kinds of other things that once it's in the atmosphere, it's very difficult to clean. And so we have agencies like the Environmental Protection Agency trying to go out and cleaning this thing and have conversation with the community to see how they would want their community to use the resources that they bring in. So I'm not faulting blame, because in this particular mining community, everyone is to blame, from the elected official to the people who live there. In the early in the late 1970s, a school board decided to move the school away from the mining contaminated area. Well, the people said, well, if you do that, I would have to drive my kids a half an hour to this new location. So guess what they did? They voted the school district folks out of office, and they put in those that they wanted to be there, who does not want to move the school. So people make decisions based upon the resources that they have with them currently, right? A dialogue would actually lead them to examine what's up there, right? It could happen years or decades, but at least people are making plans for it, and it does impact what the previous panel had spoken about. And then you can't solve the world's problem overnight, right? The conversation has to be sustaining. It has to have resource to support it. And of course, you have to have multiple sessions. The session could be informational, which I like, because not only that I'm a data guy, but informational sessions like John's presentation this morning, right? Put everyone on the same page. This is where we are. Once you have that particular understanding, we can tackle other issues. And then perspective sharing. Some people, I'm not going to curse, but some people have used this term, quote, bitching session, unquote. You do need that, right? People are traumatized by the environment that they live in, so they need to get something off their chest. And this is the sessions that politicians or school board official or librarians do not want to talk about. Because when they bring all of these people together into the same room, what happened is that they fear that the meeting can go south easily, right? Well, climate change doesn't exist. I don't care what anyone says, because I'm doing fine, right? So there are perspectives that people need to share. I've been in a facilitated dialogue where the stakeholder came in armed, okay? Armed, as a sign of intimidation. And how do you react to that as a facilitator? The worst thing you can do is, excuse me, guns are not allowed in this meeting. Can you please leave? Well, I'm very inclusive, so I bring everyone together, because every one of them they have a point to make, or else they wouldn't have taken the time to come into my 6 p.m. meeting. Okay? So, and finally, provide critical resources and direction. And where do you find these? You find these through partnerships. I mean, I've heard it in several sessions, and Sasha accepted the challenge, right? These type of resources, how do we pull them together and then share it? Because in my dialogue, not only are we sharing issues and concerns, and I'll get to that in the next slides, the details of it, but I want the audience to leave with a resource in mind that they can use immediately with their families or with their friends. I don't like this lecture simply because you guys are quiet. I know it's a common courtesy, but I'm used to one where everyone have questions. I say, well, Knight, I have a question about that. So this is the 5 easy step. I call it the 5 step to happiness, right? If you follow these, you will be happy. Any community will be happy. First, you share perspective through the identification of issues and concerns. People comes in with issues and concerns that they have. As a facilitator, you have to dig underneath it to see the underlying issues why they're here, right? Because I have been in meetings where a person stood up and it was a meeting on racism and believed that the Civil War ended yesterday. Okay? How do you convince something like that as a mediator or as a facilitator? Well, you do it through ground rules, right? And the ground rules is okayed or confirmed by the audience. And although I enforce the ground rules, sometimes I use my audience because that's my superpower. I use the audience to activate my superpower. And I would, like, for example, Anna is giving me a hard time, right? She's so stubborn. And she said, well, I want to see this thing done, A, B, and C. Well, I would simply turn to the audience and said, well, first of all, whatever Anna said had already been captured. And for me, instead of using flip chart, I just put it on the projector because I have a scribe. And then, since we already captured Anna's point, the audience will tell me whether we want to move forward or do we want to take on her issues, right? So that's your superpower as a mediator, as a facilitator. Second, these issues and concerns, there are so many. So you have to prioritize them, and how do you do that? For me, I got yelled at for this by a civil rights, African-American civil rights leader, because my technique is very transparent. Everyone in the audience gets 3 red dots. And all of the issues and concerns that are listed, they can vote for their top 3 concerns. And then we will tally it up. And then whichever concern with the highest amount of votes, we'll tackle that first. Well, the civil rights leaders, young man, I am not here to put dots on nothing. So, and I had to explain to her the actual process because, and then she got it, right? It's for transparency. You do the same thing for brainstorming on solution. No solution is rejected, and you have to record every single one of those. And then you have to go through the transparency process of voting, which one do you want to tackle first, and how you would tackle it, right? A group of people can't tackle it by themselves, so they have to form planning groups, working group, or even task force. We can help organizations, community leaders form these type of task force so that they're recognized by government entities. And that recognition gives it legitimacy. And then you pick, the best alternative, right? Which one to implement first. And in any implementation plan, without a timeline or a deadline, it goes nowhere. You have to put that. Yes, Trevor.
The questions or the issues with the most red dots, does that not disregard the minority opinions, which are sometimes the ones which are causing the conflict?
Oh, I love this question. Yeah. No, it does not. Because every issues and concern that is stated in the meeting is captured, and I put it in a nice report. And although it did, some of them will not get a vote, but it does not mean that we're not going to brainstorm on the possible solution, because this is not a one-time deal. A facilitated dialogue has to be continuing. And in the next facilitated dialogue, those that had been part of the planning group or the working group or the task force, they report back to the group. Oh, by the way, remember the third issues that got the most votes that had these type of solution? Well, we decided that we know enough to bring in resources to help resolve that. So they update the whole group. Yes. Sasha. Love that question, by the way. I love interaction, by the way.
I love this presentation, Night. And I can see this methodology working in sort of any setting as long as the facilitator has standing.
Yes.
So, and it could of course be any facilitator who's skilled to do the process. However, what if the legitimacy of the government is entirely questioned and undermined. How can you, in that way, lead this? Would you have to outsource the authority of the facilitator to somebody who has standing, or how does this work? Because I can see that being a serious issue in certain settings, especially going back to your earlier example of indigenous communities, where very often, because of the ongoing history of colonization, the entire standing of the government is not seen as legitimate.
So, fortunately, my agency trained facilitators, and we're able to see who qualifies as a facilitator. That's not for me, a government official, to say, right? It's based upon the recognized community leaders by, sorry, let me say it again, recognized community or faith leaders. And the reason why I rely heavily on them is because as a facilitator, I'm from an outside community. So I'm going into a place that I don't live there. However, the people there trust that I can facilitate an effective dialogue that would lead to solutions. And I'm sure some of them had already Googled me. And if you do Google me, do not believe anything you hear on social media because it's not true. So these individuals will select those who would be, you know what, like these are great. I think these would be great facilitator because they have the temperament to be facilitator. And then we have a facilitator training. We call it FMAC. FMAC. There are so many government acronym, and this one is Facilitating Meeting Around Community Conflict, where we train people how to become facilitator that can handle any issues from climate change all the way down to a fatal police shooting, okay? Because people will lose their mind when that happens, and they will burn down cities, and it happens before. I can go down and give you a list, but I'm sure you can Google that yourself. And there are characteristics of facilitators, right? And you pick them. Well, I would welcome all of them based upon the community. Now, for your specific questions on Native or Alaskan Native community, the same process, right? Because they feel that, you know, this person is not a good facilitator simply because their personal judgment would be a major bias to this particular conversation. However, these two other individuals have a long history of working with intergovernment agencies, and I think they can facilitate the conversation fairly. But there are other times where that does not occur. What I like to do in my work is to educate and empower people to do that. Not because I don't want to go back to the same community over and over again to help resolve their conflict, but more like I want to empower them so that they can carry on the conversation long after I'm gone, responding to another case. Yes, and oh yeah, and after implementation, you must go back and visit the plan. I put an asterisk there just to remind myself because our scientists this morning on the first panel spoke about technology. Angel or Angela? Angel. Climate change, technology can help climate change, right? Well, there is a community in Alaska who implemented climate change issues by voting to providing itself with solar panels, right, to bring electricity to this particular rural community. They contacted private corporation. They went through the entire process, the bidding process, and so forth. They came up with the right price. And then with the corporation, they implemented it. Anyone see anything wrong with that? Okay. They implemented it without one key issues in conflict resolution concept: community engagement. No one reached out to the community. So guess what happened when after all of those solar panel had been installed and the check had been made, right? It worked fine for a couple of months. Everyone kind of take it for granted until a couple of teenagers decided to take their guns and shoot those panels, destroying nearly all of them. The cost was extravagant. Now, for the private corporation, they're happy. They already got their check and they left. Now, the community is stuck with the bills and they can't replace it. Community engagement is important. I mean, I hear about, farmers feeling victimized. Well, have you asked the farmer? Have you engaged them? Or do you fear that a meeting with the farmer will actually go south? Start the conversation. I mean, that's my advice. And this is the resources that I share. How do you train a facilitator? You need 8 hours, right? I usually split that into 2 days or 4 hours because it's content driven. The other thing is, yes, if you have questions, one of my favorite cartoons. Doesn't matter how loud you are or how intimidating you look. Sometimes you just need a gentle touch, and you start to have tears. If you do need to contact me, now I know some of you who do not want to contact the USDOJ.gov because we track and we keep everything. So that's my personal email and my digit. You can call me up to 10 o'clock at night because at 10 I'm watching Star Trek. So, but that's it. That's my presentation. Thank you. Yeah. Any questions? Yeah. Go ahead, Ansel.
First of all, a great presentation. Thank you. Conflict resolution is quite a very interesting field of work. But I just wanted to ask, and I think you touched upon the trust, actually, when it comes to a successful conflict resolution to communities that are usually closed off, typically Native American, in their reservations and stuff like that, where they, as you said, they really don't trust much the federal agents to come and resolve their issues, their problems, because of mistrust and stuff like that. If you were to send in an expert who has been trained in conflict resolution to resolve, or rather to help to facilitate the resolution in a reservation, how does that affect the legitimacy of the tribal leader who is viewed to be the key actor to resolve community conflict in those kind of settings?
So when we train facilitator, we offer them a number of approaches. To prepare for the meeting, you must engage in trying your best to meet with every single stakeholder before you bring them into the same room. Because if you don't do that, you're going to have a powder keg ready to explode, right? So what we do, there is a process called shuttle diplomacy. I'm going in there and I'm talking to the police chief. And I think Julie mentioned Akron, Ohio. The former police chief that stepped down on January, he went into retirement in January 2023. Steve Millett is an old friend of mine. And yeah, so I would ask Steve, are there any other members in the community that I would need to talk to in order to help you resolve some of this conflict? Steve would give me a couple of names, right? And I'm just using this as a suppose, right? Because I can't say specifically if Steve had shared a community leader contact with me as a private citizen. And then I would contact these individuals. And I would ask them for their issues and concern. And the final question that I ask them is, may I share this with those that I will come into contact with so that they can understand your position, right? You do that to everybody. And regarding about tribal leaders, some tribal leaders hold on to power, and we have seen that, right? It's not uncommon for any leader of any community. Um, in Philadelphia, for example, there are 4 working group for the Philadelphia Police Department. 4. Why 4? Because 4 AAPI, Asian American Pacific Islander working group. Why 4? Because members of each one of those 4, they do not get along with each other. For decades, they fought for the same resources to help their communities, right? And bad feelings happen. The process that I described cannot resolve positional conflict, right? What do I mean by that? Positional conflict is someone who comes to the meeting and said, because what happened, you need to fire the police chief. And so they just put that as unconditionally. It's something that has to be done. The type of process that I describe is interest-based, right? And as I'm listening to issues and concerns, I'm picking out those golden nuggets where it falls in that Venn diagram of what they have in common, right? And I hold on to that. And I base my entire facilitated dialogue based upon those things that they have in common. So that's one approach. But great question, Ansel. Yes, sir.
Coming from maybe from a research perspective, how would you say, and community-based research perspective, how do you have any techniques on making research more accessible to communities and vice versa, making more broad and engaged community-based research, so that like relationship between research and community?
I love that question, simply because if you have colleagues who can explain concepts, hold on to that colleagues, because that colleagues has a gift of sharing scientific words and concepts, principles, and so forth. Yeah, with the public that actually makes sense to them. You can feed them all sorts of data, and you leave it up to them to either accept or look into it some more. But having someone who can explain that helps a lot. And this happens because there are federal government agencies who rely on these type of experts who can explain it to the public, especially in a public meeting that, hey, there's something going on here, and but we would like to explain to you what is happening and how it's impacting you, and we're here to help, and these are the resources that we bring with us. Yes, Richard.
Thank you. First of all, thanks very much for your fascinating talk. I was just wondering, does the stage at which you intervene in a conflict have an effect on the outcome?
Say that one more time.
Sorry, does the stage at which you intervene in a conflict have an effect on the outcome?
Yes, yeah. Conflict has to be ripe. Unlike some of my colleagues, if I were to respond to a particular scenario, I'm monitoring that particular incident to see whether those that are involved with the conflict had access local resource. Did they go through their local government, police department, and so forth before you come in? And in the United States, there is a great reliance on the FBI. I love my colleagues at the FBI, but to me, they're not the most efficient law enforcement agency, and I know I will catch hell for this. I like the U.S. Marshal because they have a broader jurisdictions. So the one thing that I must say about having a brain fart at the moment. Yeah. Yeah. the stage of conflict and the outcome, you have to rely on the right source of people. I mean, that's the short answer. But there are so much techniques that is built into that statement that we do train a facilitator to respond to it. I don't want to get into it immediately because then there is a greater reliance on, oh my God, we have a problem that's called the federal government, right? Something like that happened to Washington, D.C., believe it or not. When there is a burglary, they don't call the local police, the Metropolitan Police. You know who they call? The FBI. The FBI has no jurisdiction over burglary. I can say that flat out, right? U.S. Marshal does. So, and so federal law enforcement receive all of these calls. So Congress had to do something about it. So guess what they did? The simplest solution. They federalized the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police. So the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police are not city worker. They're both city worker, but they're federal worker as well. So now the reliance is no longer there. Yes.
Thank you
10
so
minutes,
much,
so-
Knight, for this great presentation. I have a question. Well, I work a lot with Native and Indigenous populations and also a lot of marginalized populations at Emory. And I started working on a committee in 2017. And for about 4 years, I just listened. I barely said a word because I really didn't know enough. And it took me a while to get to a point where I felt I could contribute to the discussion. But I'm still on the committee, and it's a stunning committee. We work a lot with students and also community members. And my question involves, a lot of people now know I'm on this committee. They come with ideas and they want to implement them right away. And Americans have this idea of you have to do this and you have to do it now. And there's this passion that I love about the United States. But at the same time, I know how long, you talked a bit about trust, I know how long it takes, especially with Native communities, it feels to me, to build trust. It just really feels like it takes a lot. So I'm wondering, I never quite know how to explain it. I also don't know if I should even be saying something. I'm not from that community. So I'm wondering how you navigate things like this. And then if it's a wonderful idea, and really my question involves how do you navigate a situation when people want to move quickly and they have a good idea, or maybe not, but the population you're working with needs time, a lot of time, before they're going to even entertain the idea of working with somebody.
Yeah, good ideas have many working parts. So one thing to do it is to piecemeal it, right? We're going to implement this a little bit at a time so you can see the progression, but it will reach towards the end goal with the available resources. So that's one. In terms of trust building, law enforcement, or anyone else who work with marginalized community need to understand that community, right? And one of an example that I use is we had a Alaska state trooper who had a lot of resources to share with Alaska Native community, and but he received a cold shoulder, and he called me like weeks later, like, Knight, what the heck happened? I mean, I'm bringing in all of these free resources. Some of them are monetary based, like grants and so forth. But no one had called me. Like no one returned my phone call or email. Well, it just happened that I saw the chief's reaction during that particular meeting. It was a very cold, -10, below zero. The Alaska State Trooper never removed his gloves when he shook hand with the chief. That plays a role in it. Yeah, so you have to understand the community that you work with. One thing that is important to me is gender-based violence. right? So MMIP or MMIW, missing and murdered indigenous people or women. And how do you build trust with law enforcement that when someone call, a family member call and said, hey, my daughter is missing, I don't know where she is, and so forth. And then law enforcement would classify that particular individual, at least in the state of Washington, as Asian, because most Native Americans look kind of like Asian, right? So they were wrongly classified. And so now we also have this policy, and it's good and bad. I'm not making a judgment. The person who left the house, run away from the house, or go legitimately missing, they may have some trauma in that house, right? And you don't know the level of what they're feeling or what they went through. And so they left and they ran away, something happened to them, and so forth. And the families would spend years looking for them. And sometimes they accuse law enforcement of not responding. And then law enforcement found them. And the first question that they ask is, would you like us to tell your family that we found you, that you're safe, and so forth? So that's depending on them. If the answer is yes, they would inform the family. If the answer is no, it stops right there.
So maybe I'm trying to square a bit of a circle here, because when I think about the earlier sessions and how we're just gonna try to wrap this day into sort of one question maybe, or maybe a couple of comments and a question, is go back to the notion of climate migration, climate refugees, and so on, and the fact that it's already happening, it's gonna happening at an even greater scale. We can foresee it. And I see myself as a museum professional often not in the business of pills and procedures, but of the third P, of prevention, right? And also there's this mental health aspect coming in. How can you coming in, or your work describe a situation where you're trying from something going further than it is, because then you would have different means at your disposal, because if it's already, let's say, violent, people might not be able to sit down, so you're coming at an earlier stage. What is your take on the notion of prevention, especially when we can, let's say, we move people around, or people are moved around because of climate change, we can predict it. What would be your preventative conflict management in this case? Because we know that a lot of what's happening currently is a cultural backlash, because even if just the community changed just a tad, because it just looks a bit different now, and that's why people vote differently. We know the psychology of that, the political psychology of that. What if entire village, entire community moves elsewhere? And you can already see the conflict on the wall. You can already see the voting pattern changing, and nobody's moved yet, but you can present it. And so I see my role as a cultural organization in that context, say, okay, what can I do in that case if I see it coming? I was just keen, I don't know quite how to phrase it appropriately, but I was keen to have your take on this sort of preventative, when you see the scenario coming in.
If I have your resource and access to your venue, I probably have a dialogue at your museum to prep the community that, oh, by the way, we received this message. This is from the US perspective, that the State Department is going to resettle 300 families in this particular community. And here's what they need, and here's their background. Because demographic change can trigger racial tension. And the idea of using conflict resolution is to prevent that racial tension or lessen the tension from happening in the first place by prepping that particular communities. In Idaho, for example, I'm not going to mention his name, but he was the governor of Idaho. who did not welcome settled refugees. Okay, that's fine. I mean, there is political benefit for that from his perspective. Then, as he was making that particular statement, our governor in Washington said, well, we would welcome refugee communities. So it's the preparatory work that you have to involve the community in order to get that acceptance, or else you're going to be forced to deal with it when it comes, and that would be taxing to local law enforcement as well, because bias incidents, and we noticed when it happened in terms of punctuated bias incident, a cataclysmic one will happen, and it will lead to a lot of protests and violence. So I have 46 seconds, but oh yes.
Just a couple of observations, Knight. In Ireland in the last year, we've had a particularly nasty turn of events around refugees who are being placed in Irish situations in rural areas. What's been happening is that hotels which may have been closed down, or old convents or whatever, are being repurposed for refugees to come and live in them. The government has not informed local communities, I would believe. They haven't engaged in that type of dialogue, and I believe part of that is because there's a very small right-wing, far-right faction that have actually burned down any locations that they've heard are being rumoured even to, and we have a number of those even quite close to us here in Galway. So there's a logic to having that open dialogue, and I welcome that generally. But what you're seeing, it's not the local communities that are coming doing this, it's actually people from outside the areas who have a very right-wing agenda, far-right agenda, who are trying to stir up very strong emotions in people. They are telling absolute downright lies about the type of people that are coming to stay in the area. So in some scenarios, it seems like a really good solution, but I can see the logic on both sides of why a government agency will try and get everything done before people can be moved into a space.
When a critical incident happens and people come together to have that particular conversation, one of the things or the tools that local government use is to issue, this is in the United States, is to issue a proclamation, right? There are many benefits to a proclamation, especially when you have the press there. And a proclamation is not just issued by city council or elected official. When you issue that particular, there's a right way and there's a wrong way of doing it. The right way is you have mayors and the head of city council side by side. Behind you are law enforcement official, police chiefs, right? Fire chief sometime. And then you have all of the recognized community leaders as well as faith leaders, right? All standing behind the mayor, supporting this particular proclamation that there is we will not accept hate in our community, right? And we do not welcome those who speak about hate. It's the facilitator job to prepare those. I would say it's the facilitator job to make sure that those unknowns, right, is revealed. The scenario that you described also happened in the United States, where people don't even live in the boroughs or township, and yet they're coming over and they have a playbook, right? The loudest person who speak usually get their way, and as a result, city council, librarian, school district, they would cancel the meeting, they would postpone the meeting, and then they would postpone 2-3 weeks down the road, and the whole thing happened over and over again. That's why you need a conflict resolution expert to come in and actually sit down and discuss the steps that are needed in order for have that particular meeting. So I hope I'm not being convoluted. No. And if all this sound hopeless, it's not, because when, and I'll tell you this, the short story and end it there. A supremacist leader asked me, because he wanted to do a march down a town, and he did not trust law enforcement who were African American or Hispanics, right? And so he said, well, what can I do to prepare my group because they don't want to get hurt, right? So imagine yourself being a supremacist group or a neo-Nazi marching through town. Someone can actually throw something at you and all hell would break loose. So I went and he wanted a private conversation because where he had lived, there are beautiful houses and so forth. He didn't want anyone to know. So there was no suits. I came in jeans and a shirt, right? There was no pin. And of course, I knocked on the door. His 22-year-old grandson opened the door and said, look, if you're delivering, it's probably next door. And then he slammed the door on my face, thinking that I would deliver Chinese food. That was the only time that I wanted to quit my job, open up a Chinese restaurant in that community, even though I don't know how to cook. Gave it a few seconds, knocked on the door again, and I was allowed to introduce myself. And he walked me through the living room. It was posh. It was a beautiful painting, most likely done by a very professional artist, of Jesus Christ on the cross. There's only one problem with it. There's a ribbon around the gigantic frame, right? And this ribbon has anti-Catholics, anti-Irish wording. Because to them, when during the potato famine, when the Irish came over, these people or these foreigners stole our job from us regular hardworking American. And there are people out there that still maintain this particular view. And so I was taken to the dining room, and tension is extremely high. And as a peacemaker, I'm not stupid. There's a law enforcement right around the corner, and I check in with that person. So I walked in, and this supremacist leader took off his glass, and he sighed as if the weight of the world was on his shoulder. And he said, well, at least they didn't send, and he used the N-word, right? Why would you do that? I have no clue why. But when tension is high, I'm not going to confront them as a facilitator or a peacemaker. I'm looking around the room and see what we have in common, and then we're going back. Because what we have in common, I can latch onto it. Lo and behold, on his refrigerator, there was a magnet of the USS Enterprise. It shocked me. Because Star Trek is about different species or different world aliens, right? Having a conflict and then getting together for peaceful purposes and so forth. We spent about an hour talking about our favorite episode. And in that conversation, the 22-year-old said to me, hey, Mr. Knight, you know what they call a black man on the moon? Yeah, I never got an answer to that because I looked at him in the eye and I said, you know, most people would call that person an astronaut. I would call that person a Starfleet captain. Okay? The supremacist leader laughed and chuckled at that, dismissed his grandson. We got down and we forged a plan to have them escorted when they park their car, put 2 police officers there so that their car won't be, their tires won't be slashed or anything like that because they do pay their taxes. And so we had a very peaceful, there was no arrest event. And to this day, he and I still talk, mainly about like Star Trek Picard and so forth. And sometimes he shared with me events that is about to happen, tension, that, well, I always ask, may I please share this with local law enforcement because I don't want violence to happen to your group of people. We just want to make sure we dot our I's and cross our T's. And so we share that respect with one another. And it's like, hey, Knight, you know, as an Asian, you're okay. Yeah. I was like, yeah, as a white guy, you're okay too. But yeah, it's a mutual respect. And if 2 guys from different part of the world can actually do this, right? Any community can. It just needs effort and the right people with the proper training to engage with one another. And that's what I think the IMIT is all about, bringing people and resources together. Thank you, Paulina, for inviting me here.
Yeah. Well, then just go for it. Okay. I just want to also say thank you so much, Knight. It was really amazing. And one more comment, and actually I'm going to talk about that in a different conference on Friday morning. what you just described, the process, is borne out by 60, 70 years of intergroup contact theory in social psychology, that you come together, level playing field, you work together on a shared purpose, and with under the pressure of authority, and for shared solution. And that is the only way you decrease prejudice. In this conversation, you just decrease both of your potential prejudices or preconceptions, and this is just a prime example of how this actually works. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Sasha, and thank you to all our contributors today. It's been a full-on day and really rich with insights and knowledge and narratives and stories. So thank you all very, very much. Just a number of small housekeeping notes. So Cormac has a slide for me to guide me along. Julianne made the slide really to guide me along. So we just wanted again to thank all of the partners who've made this possible, particularly the 5 on the top line there, the crew, the Atlantic Technological University, Galway Culture Company, Údarás na Gaeltachta, and of course also the Galway University of Galway, who've sponsored the whole day today. Been amazing hosts and been so generous, so maybe a round of applause for the University of Galway. So we have, for those who are going back to the Connaught Hotel, we have a bus. The bus is waiting outside the quad. The people who are booked for the VIP dinner, it's at 7 o'clock in the Hyde restaurant in the city centre. We don't have transport organised for that. You've got to be, as Pauline said, you've got to be big people and get yourselves there. Okay? So we'll see those who are going to that meal. Tomorrow is a different venue. We're going to be in Crewe and ATU. So the registration is at 9 o'clock. So we have 2 streams going tomorrow. But if you come to Crewe, the 2 venues are adjacent. But come to Crewe, register, find out which session you're going to, and we'll point you in the right direction. Anybody who wants to go from the Connaught Hotel, it's a 10-minute walk from there. So we can do a walking bus at 8:45, or if anybody wants to walk themselves. If you go into the website with the schedule, you'll find a Google link for each of the venues. So click that, and if you want to walk, it'll get you there. So you should find all the information you need there. So we're finished for today. I want to thank Cormac, who's been with us on AV today as well, because he won't be with us tomorrow. So thank you very much, Cormac. Obviously, I want to thank my colleagues from TG Car who've been with us today. Some of them are with us tomorrow and on Friday as well. They are absolutely stars, to be honest. They've been fantastic, and all the support, you probably haven't seen half of it, behind the scenes has been absolutely incredible. So I'm really grateful to the TG Car team. So Gurmila Mahagi. And thanks to you guys, I can't believe we've kept on schedule, and you've been really, really helpful and supportive. And thanks to, I think the catering guys may be gone, but if they're still here, thanks to them as well for looking after us with the food and drink. And thanks to you, day 1 has successfully concluded, and we hope you've enjoyed it and enjoy this evening, and we'll see, hopefully most of you or all of you tomorrow as well. Good to meet you, Maggie.